Testing. Mic check. Okay. Hello. Welcome, everybody. Grab a coffee, grab a soda, grab a seat. Let's get the show on the road. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody for coming. San Francisco is a kind of new area for us. We tend to do a lot of things around New York, but San Francisco historically has been the home of tech in the US, and we're very excited to be in San Francisco with all of you, trying to bring a crowd together of people who actually know what they're talking about in stablecoins, which is a rarity on LinkedIn. I also want to thank a lot of people for making this possible. First and foremost is specifically Joanna from Dynamic, who has been a co-conspirator, I think is the right way to put it, in putting this together. And then, of course, Dynamic at large, and Mesh, and Socure, and Global Dollar Network, and Fireblocks, and Amity Ventures, and Trace, and Flourish, and Core, and the Financial Club, which all mean that we didn't have to charge any of you anything to show up, which is really exciting for everybody involved. If you'll indulge me, I want to give a little bit of a backstory to Stable and kind of the origins of all of this. And then after a few housekeeping notes, I'll turn it over to Adam from Dynamic to share his welcome. When we started Stable, I think kind of the core thesis was around growing the pie. And we started this as a happy hour series in New York in January with the basic question of what happened if all the top stablecoin builders knew each other and worked together to grow the stablecoin pie instead of competing against each other for a slice of what would be a very small pie if we couldn't all grow it together. And that series has brought a lot of the stablecoin community, at least in New York, under one roof, which has been phenomenal, across application builders, infrastructure providers, VCs, et cetera. And as we started to build Borderless and as we started to grow Borderless.xyz, a lot of what we kept hearing was this frustration from people who were stablecoin curious, who were trying to cut through the hype. And stablecoins today are an incredibly frothy market. I think the Stripe acquisition of Bridge has kicked off a lot of nonsense, for lack of a better word. And everybody who has been in stablecoins for all of 12 seconds is suddenly a stablecoin expert. And a lot of the frustration that we hear is, okay, I'm stablecoin curious, and I want to understand where might this have a place in my business, and what can I use stablecoins for? But I don't understand what's real and what's hype and where things actually work today. And the goal of this and where we're moving forward with Stable is to try to answer the next question, which is not what if all the top stablecoin builders knew each other and could grow the pie together, was what if everybody who was stablecoin curious from an enterprise, institutional, and fintech perspective could actually talk to stablecoin builders who are using it today and get the real world, boots on the ground feedback and insights versus just the LinkedIn influencer hype. And that's really what we're hoping to accomplish today with everybody here. We had almost 3 times the amount of applications to join us in person than we had space. So we've tried to curate a very, very diverse crowd. And we're also live streaming this on X and on LinkedIn and YouTube for those who unfortunately aren't able to be in the audience for travel or for other reasons. So kind of the perspectives that you're going to hear today are across infrastructure builders. So people like Dynamic and Fireblocks and Socure around wallets, around KYC, both institutional wallets and consumer wallets. It's application builders like Actual that are building AR/AP software using stablecoins today. It's from regulated entities, which are also PFIs or participating financial institutions on the Borderless network, like Bridge, Chris from Yellow Card isn't able to be here because he was a victim of the United Airlines flight cancellations, but we have somebody from Yellow Card's board who's going to represent Yellow Cards. We have a lot of these different perspectives coming in. We have some VC perspectives as well. And then we'll have a few folks, because we're slightly selfish and we put a lot of work into organizing this, from Borderless that are going to show you why we're pretty amazing. One of which will probably be me at some point. That's really the intro. And hopefully that kind of sets the stage. My hope from a format standpoint is that this is half kind of a mix of learning from the people on stage, but then also half a mix of learning from each other. So we've tried to curate a bunch of different networking breaks. We have kind of the back of the room open with drinks. There's snacks coming at some point for some light bites and things of that nature. And kind of the goal that we have putting this together is everyone's in the room for a reason. So it's not just about the people and the panelists on stage. It's also about kind of the crowd and the informal networking and learning from each other. The one housekeeping rule that I ask is if you are in the back networking and people are on the panels talking, please just be mindful of the volume so that the people who do want to listen to the panelists speaking are able to hear them clearly and aren't kind of overwhelmed by the noise from back. Outside of that, I'm excited to kick some of these things off, and I'll hand it over to Adam.
Everyone hear me okay? Cool. Hey everyone, I'm Adam Zine, I'm the head of product at Dynamic. Before this, I worked at Circle, building out stablecoin infrastructure and business payments. Let's be real. For as much progress as fintechs have made, moving money is still feels like moving blocks. It's slow, it's costly, it's inefficient. It tends to create a lot of pain. And that's not something that we really want to do anymore. We want to make it easy for anyone and businesses to be able to access this value, to be able to make it less painful for anyone involved. So what are we really seeing today? We are seeing use cases that span from contractor payments globally. We see creators wanting to get paid for everything that they do. We see treasury use cases. We see lots of appetite from businesses, from developers all across the US, Latin America, and global. And I've spoken to hundreds of startups, as well as large platforms. And while they all say the same thing, they say stablecoins are the future. They also say the same thing. Where do I start? What do I do? The tech seems interesting. The regulation seems to be coming along. But is there a playbook? Is there anywhere that I'd actually be able to dig into this and actually incorporate it into my business? And that's really what we're here about today. We're here to empower everyone here with the same level of confidence, stability, and clarity to be able to leave this and be able to adopt stablecoins, to be able to land maybe that business that has been sitting in their pipeline forever, or to just be more familiar with how it could work in their lives. That's a key focus. So how are we going to do that? Today, you're going to hear different perspectives. So you're going to hear VCs talking about how capital is allocated here and why it's such a growing space. You're going to also hear about the tech stack, understanding simply what are the tools and systems that you may need or consider as part of accounting, compliance, or wallets. We're also going to hear perspectives of real use cases, right? How are stablecoins being used in the US, Latin America, and Africa? Really, how are those markets really ticking? How are they actually caring about these things? Most importantly, though, we're going to ground every conversation in real world use cases, right? What is the goal? The goal is to have a practical understanding of how this thing works. What's working? What's being built? What's next? So today is going to be a lot of conversations, but a great opportunity for you guys to ask questions. You can ask questions of myself and my team here, or the many other people in this room. So feel empowered to pull us aside and ask questions. Like I said earlier, the goal is for stability, constant clarity, understanding of what to do next. I'm super excited. Thank you guys for having us, and let's get started. Kevin? Cool.
Thank you, thank you. We're going to kick things off with the VCs so we can get them out of the way. Sorry. Founder joke. I am going to use my handy dandy cheat sheet because I've not been able to memorize everybody. But if we can have the folks in the VC panel start making your way up, I'll do quick introductions. That way we don't have to spend time. I'll do a quick intro as folks come up. Oh, Sam, if you want to pop up. Yep, grab a spot. Oh, Sam is from A16Z, or A16Z, as we call it in my home country of France. Adam's from QED Investors. John from Flourish, that does a lot of work in emerging markets. And then it'll be moderated by CJ from Amity. I'm going to rib on CJ for a second. I don't know if the reason CJ is moderating and not on the panel is I think CJ is the smartest VC in the world. No offense to you guys. So it'd be very unfair to put him on the panel.
No bias either, right?
No bias at all. And I'll tell you why I think CJ is the smartest VC in the world, and then you can tell me if I'm biased. It's because he led our round. So on that note.
Do we have a fourth too?
No, I think you guys will just have to pass around if that works.
Cool.
Thanks. Yep.
All right, well, maybe let's just some intros, and then we'll dive into the meaty questions. I think the meaty one off the bat is why stablecoin's the dumbest use case of crypto from Sam. But let's do some intros first.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, and pumped to be here. I'm John Onwalo from Flourish Ventures. We're an $850 million global fintech-focused fund. We've been on the ground in many emerging markets for the last couple decades. Our mission is to systematically change the way that financial services operates. And we do that by investing in a number of great founders across the ecosystem. And we think that payment infrastructure and stablecoin more broadly is going to be a stepwise change for improving efficiency across the ecosystem.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for having us here today. My name's Adams. I'm with QED Investors. We are a global fintech-focused fund, investing everything from pre-PowerPoint to pre-IPO, and investing in pretty much every corner of the world. Very excited about what stablecoins could mean for consumers, for businesses. We believe they could have a transformative impact to the global economy and to how people interact with money.
Hey everyone, I'm Sam. I'm an investor at A16Z. I was an engineer for 5 years doing distributed systems research, and then I went to MIT, and while there I worked at the Fed on some stablecoin stuff. And I realized just how horrible payments are today, pre-stablecoin. It kind of got me excited. I ended up joining A16Z as an investor. I've been doing a lot of stablecoin stuff on our crypto team for the last 2 years. I also do some infrastructure investing. But over the last year, stablecoins have taken off, and we've been able to spend a lot more time with it.
Cool. Well, maybe Sam, starting with you then. Why are stablecoins the dumbest use case in crypto?
Okay, right.
And part of this, maybe you break it apart. Are stablecoins so great, or is it just America that's so great? Is it the U.S. dollar? As you think about your Fed experience?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I asked to go on a podcast, and the first thing I say is stablecoins, this thing I focus all my time on, are the dumbest use of crypto. Obviously, I don't believe that's true. I mean, like the specific point I'm trying to get at is that obviously stablecoins and payments were going to be the first thing that crypto was used for. We've been talking about it since 2013, that we should be using crypto, this sort of permissionless, globally available ledger, as a means of transaction, a unit of account, and all of these topics. So about 18 months ago, we realized that it was going to cost less than 1 cent and take less than 1 second to send $1 or any amount of money from anywhere in the world on blockchain rails. And when that happened, we realized that it's not just the form factor of the dollar, the UX of, and then there is a lot of global demand for dollars, but it's not just that global demand. It's the fact that now we can do atomic payments in a way that was never possible before on traditional payment rails. So yeah, it's both. I mean, it's not the dumbest use, it's the first use, and excited to see it continue to grow.
Cool. Anything to add?
I'd add right now, most use cases we're seeing are because people want the US dollar. And one reason we're so excited about stablecoins at QED is because we believe in the US dollar. And if people want more US dollars, that's good for the US economy. That's good for all of us in this room. And it's good for the global economy as well. Over time, we believe the power of blockchain technology will lead to better, faster, cheaper forms of money movement and money savings. But for now, a lot of the core focus is rooted in demand for the dollar.
And John, maybe you spent a lot of time internationally. What's some of the international perspective of the greatness of America and the dollar? And how do you see the emergence of stablecoins there? Same question.
Yeah, of course. I mean, in emerging markets, there's a tremendous amount of friction as it relates to payment infrastructure. Moreover, as you think about local currencies from a volatility perspective, from an inflation perspective, or even a capital controls perspective, stable coins can really help different businesses looking to do international commerce transcend a lot of this. And I think we can speak a little bit later about some of the Flourish portfolio companies that are really looking to build the core infrastructure that enables this.
It's a good segue. If you're thinking about the landscape of crypto, and I'm kind of just looking in the audience, I was talking to Kevin about who we've got in the seats today. We've got people that are building companies, we have entrepreneurs, we have people in the audience that are working at incumbents that are maybe crypto curious, trying to figure out how do they get into the stablecoin world. How should they parse the landscape? How should they think about the different players? VCs, we spend a lot of time thinking about the different players that are emerging. What's kind of your own either personal view or firm's view? How do you guys kind of cut up the landscape right now? And how do you guys think about it?
Yeah, from a stablecoin infrastructure perspective, we've looked at a lot of cross-border infrastructure plays because we see cross-border as one of the real core use cases of stablecoin today. You look at how fiat payments have worked across the SWIFT ecosystem. Historically, that's been heavily dominated by correspondent banking infrastructure. Roughly a decade or so ago, we saw new entrants into the ecosystem looking to build out new, more efficient payment infrastructure, call it the Tunes, Niems, Airwallet's, et cetera, of the world. But in many cases, these businesses also relied on the existing SWIFT ecosystem. They were able to bring in new and more efficient tech, and they were able to also onshore and manage their treasury locally, where they were able to do disbursements and payouts in a much quicker fashion than traditional SWIFT payments, which we thought was a huge step up and improvement. And obviously the Wises of the world have been tremendously successful. But then there's been this new era, right, of stablecoin native infrastructure players. Many of the businesses that you guys have probably heard of, Bridge maybe being the most popular one, providing middleware or middle mile infrastructure. I think folks have referred to it as a stablecoin sandwich. And what we've learned over the last year or so, and kind of how our perspective has shifted, is that although there are a tremendous amount of valuable benefits from stablecoin infrastructure, such as speed efficiencies, cost efficiencies, and transparency efficiencies, the question around that we have is, where will the value accrete to, right? And I think that our thesis currently right now is that it won't necessarily just be the new stablecoin entrance into the ecosystem, but it'll be businesses that are able to leverage different stablecoin infrastructure across the stack, or we'll be in this hybrid world where next-gen payment infrastructure platforms will be able to leverage stablecoin infrastructure, and new entrants will have to leverage fiat infrastructure as well. And then around this ecosystem, there will be a huge requirement for a number of different infrastructure players across the issuing stack, like Circle and Paxos, across the compliance and compliance stack to validate transactions, and a number of other folks as well.
I thought it was a great background and overview. The only piece that I might add is we will talk about a QED, just because it's on blockchain does not mean the physics of finance no longer apply. And one of the core pieces we look towards when looking at the ecosystem broadly and when underwriting specifically is to look towards how does this company manage risk? And that is risk of balance sheet. How do you think about liquidity management? How do you think about duration risk management, and that all the way up to the application layer that John broke down of how do you think about KYC risk? How do you think about managing AML? All of those things still matter, and they arguably matter even more than they did in the world of fintech and TradFi, as one calls it at a crypto conference.
Yeah, so I think I love the background you guys. I was actually very curious what you guys would say. We look at it from a more crypto native perspective. And actually, just to get a feel for the audience, because I don't really know who is here, could you just raise your hand if you're Web3 native as a person? That's what you focus on? And what if you focus on traditional finance? Okay, so this is a little bit of both, but it's pretty mixed. When we look at the stablecoin ecosystem, we don't just look at the financial infrastructure that's around doing payments, doing compliance, adding features on top of stablecoin rails. We also look at the blockchain networks that enable those things. And so we've made a bunch of investments there that you guys can look into in your own time. But the point is, we had to make blockchains faster, better, more programmable in order to enable this new way of actually doing payments. And then, so I guess the question originally was around sort of the market structure, and that's why being in stablecoins has been so fascinating. Is that there's a lot of ways to break the market structure down. There's the infrastructure layer sitting below stablecoins. There's this sort of core issuance piece, which is like around actually bringing stablecoins on chain. Then there's sort of tools that allow you to interact with them, wallets, different sort of dApp technologies. And then of course, on top of them, there's going to be all sorts of new applications and experiences that weren't possible until you had such cheap, fast, simple, programmable payments. And then there's opportunities that bring us to table stakes payments today, things like subscriptions, refunds, fraud protection, and so forth. All of these have opportunities, probably at different price points, different valuations, but we're looking across the stack, and each sort of has its own part to play.
And so maybe just to double click on some of that, I liked your little survey of the audience. And if I'm thinking about the traditional finance people, how do the business models change in a stablecoin powered world?
Yeah, they change depending on where you are in that market map. So look, if you're building the underlying infrastructure, sort of the compute, the L1s, then you've got a pretty crypto native business model probably. Mm-hmm. There's going to be businesses that are like remittances, where they're going to take a pretty traditional remittance business model. It'll be a cut of transaction fees. And my guess is that it's going to be, we go business by business, but that's not that interesting. One of the categories that's most exciting to me are the businesses that weren't possible until today. So are there like new sort of micro payment ideas for agents? Is there streaming payments that reduce sort of debt load on traditional businesses? Are there going to be loyalty applications that just like weren't worth building before because it costs too much to integrate payments into an application? We've got a portfolio company called Blackbird that's doing approximately that. And yeah, so it's going to be really dependent, but there's a pretty wide open world to play with.
One piece that I might add to that is, while Sam, you rightly point out that L1s must have a token, that's an important part of solving the cold start problem for those businesses. As you go further and further up the stack, the larger the gap becomes between your business and when it makes sense to have a token. In many scenarios, we can see tokens as the original sin of crypto. That once you have that, your goal becomes make token go up, not make your payments faster, stronger, more resilient, more trustworthy, or cheaper. Not to say anything bad about tokens, but a word of caution to be careful and be very thoughtful and ask oneself, do I really, really need this for my business to exist? And if so, carry on. But it's not always that's not always the case.
I think you guys summed it up well. I think, Sam, you mentioned something that's really interesting is I think most of the initial use cases of stables have been around payment infrastructure, but it's really the business models that are going to come out of that and what's enabled. I think you guys have a portfolio company in your platform at Andreessen, right, that enables copyright issues into the agentic commerce world, right? And the problem that business is solving is not a payments issue in particular, right? But it's a license of data. So foundational models today go out and scrape the web for information. And in many cases, they've trained those models on, maybe compliantly acquired data, maybe not, right? And could we see in the future a world where there'll be a law that's passed that requires foundational models or applications that sit on top of it to show proof of license and show proof of procurement of that information? And it's in those use cases, in the microtransactions, where stablecoins actually could make all the difference to making this work. So I appreciated that point.
I just want to add one thing to that, because this is I don't have as native of a fintech background as you guys do. When I came in, was sort of surprised by how much paperwork is often involved in payments. And this is, I'm just going to sort of reiterate this point, but with a little bit more fidelity, there's a lot of payments that are where the cost is actually sort of a service provider cost, where you're sort of paying someone to handle escrow or deal with contracts. And it'll be interesting because there's a huge group of opportunities that are going to come when we can automate some of those those contractors, those people who are, doing that service job and make the payments just flow faster. There's going to be, exactly those new opportunities.
Awesome. Maybe let's flip it over to the other side on the entrepreneurs. What's the ecosystem like for people raising in the stablecoin world? How are you guys as VCs looking at stablecoin businesses, valuations right now? What's the landscape if you're an entrepreneur looking to meet with VCs and building your business in the stablecoin world?
I'll start, and I'd say kind of at a high level, there's a lot of excitement. You look around this room, and this is a full room of people looking to build and invest into this space. I think we all see that this could be, there could be many generational companies built within this ecosystem. So now is a fantastic time to be investing and building in the space. I think it depends a lot on kind of where you sit within the ecosystem and how to think about capitalizing your business, how to fundraise, and then kind of on the investing side, the corresponding valuation of the company. But I think it's very core. There's interest, appetite, particularly when we talk about the international opportunities, particularly when we look at how people are saving, how people are spending, and how people are moving money around the world. There's huge profit pools to be tapped into there, and we're in the very early innings on that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe to touch a little bit on differentiation, right? We ask ourselves, or at least a few years ago, we were saying, is it faster? Is it cheaper? Like, what's your take rate? And what we've realized over time is that there's very limited defensibility as it relates to, call it, the stablecoin sandwich. And a lot of businesses are building in a similar fashion. Where we've prioritized from a portfolio perspective is businesses that have local licenses in jurisdictions where they can on and off ramp, which we believe is more defensible, or local bank relationships here in the US, which is very difficult to get. I see Colton from Route Fusion here. I know he spent a number of different years trying to get those licenses, and that creates real moat, right? In addition to these local on and off ramps, what we're super excited about, given our thesis is a hybrid world where we have fiat players using stablecoin infrastructure and stablecoin native players using fiat infrastructure, is orchestration. And I think I'd be remiss to not give a shout out to Kevin and the Borderless team, who are thinking about ways to innovatively orchestrate what will be a complex ecosystem over time. In addition to that, fraud and compliance continues to stand out to create applications and services around the ecosystem that will mitigate fraudulent use of this infrastructure. And then on top of that, just thinking about innovative ways to launch new stablecoins faster is another area that we're super excited about.
I'm glad earlier I sort of gave this my sense of the market map. I mean, there are these blockchain opportunities that are sort of layer one, layer two. There's infrastructure, crypto native infrastructure that's going to be built. And then there's stablecoin issuers. And then we've got the apps built on top of stablecoins. I think, we sort of believe valuations for the blockchain networks should be typical blockchain network valuations. And then remittance companies on top should have remittance company valuations. And so given the overall excitement about stablecoins, we've probably seen some of the app layer get a little bit more inflated than where it really sits in the stack. But there's huge opportunities, and I keep going back to this, but the biggest opportunities are probably yet to come. Like, we're not just going to be retrofitting the payments, we're going to be building new sort of experiences. They might not even really look like what we think of as being a payment company. And those bets probably will be big as they come up.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most interesting things we're seeing is that a remittance business might not be making money on remittances anymore. They're making it on float. They're making it on totally other elements of business than before. But let's shift over to just government and some of the more topical things that are going on with regulation. We've seen the Stable Act recently proposed and discussed. A lot of discussion about tariffs right now. How are things in Washington kind of impacting both builders and potential customers? How do you guys feel about all the moving parts on the regulatory and government side?
Like I can lead off. I mean, look, I work for A16Z Crypto. We've got a huge policy team, and so I'm sort of lucky to get to not get into the weeds of each piece of legislation. But the biggest thing for me is it seems pretty likely that we're going to have clear rules of the road for entrepreneurs who want to build with stablecoins, and that's the most exciting thing. I mean, tariffs again. I don't know. I think it's going to be maybe a little bit randomizing. It's hard to tell what the effects of that will be. But we're just looking forward to a world where people can, get ready to build without worrying about the ramifications of working in crypto.
It's a great question, right? And there's obviously evolving policy around this ecosystem. Prior to joining Flourish, I actually worked in DC for a government-backed agency that was backed by the Treasury. And at the time, this was roughly 5 years ago, there was a significant amount of hesitation around stablecoin infrastructure or crypto in general, with the thought that it might disintermediate the central bank, weaken the dollar. But if you look at, today, roughly 50% or half of SWIFT payments are US dollar denominated. And to Adam's point, US dollar is a huge priority for the US in keeping it strong and relevant from a foreign policy perspective. The float on stablecoin issuance today, or that's actively traded, is 95% of stablecoins are denominated in USD. So from a shift in policy in Washington perspective, the US is actually tremendously incentivized to provide really open regulatory policy to catalyze this even further. And to Adam's point, I think that will be tremendously impactful for the amount of innovation that can be created in this ecosystem.
That's well said. Cool. So I want to give something, maybe a commentary here from some of the cynics. And whether you're a cynic yourself in the audience, probably not if you're here, but you probably have to interact with some cynics. You probably have to go either report to other people on your team. You have to people that's saying, hey, what is, what's actually going on with stablecoins? Why does it matter? And so actually a friend sent a tweet the other day. I'll read his tweet. Sam responded to it. But I'll let everyone else in the panel respond too. But his tweet was, WTF is my cousin in rural India going to do with USDC? With Wise, he can buy groceries a few seconds after I hit send. Stables are useless without on and off ramps, and that's why this adoption map looks like it does, a complete mess. That was Sheil Minot, for those that know Sheil. But why do stablecoins actually matter? Can't we just use existing tools?
I mean, I'm happy to kick it off and then pass it over to Sam. My dad, I'm half Nigerian. My dad lives in Lagos, Nigeria, and he's an entrepreneur. And I grew up watching him build his business between the US and Nigeria and transfer payments. What I can say over the last 30 plus years of watching him and his business evolve is that there's still a tremendous amount of friction within the ecosystem, but there's been a dramatic stepwise change as it relates to how he can more efficiently run his business from a working capital perspective. And even minimizing the short time and mitigating the SWIFT infrastructure from a days perspective increases the working capital dynamics of his business there. In addition to that, even from a remittance standpoint, there's a huge amount of opportunity for peer-to-peer payments in this ecosystem. And that's part of the reason, to your point that Sheil mentioned on they're nothing without on and off ramps. That's part of the game as well. And that's part of why we have prioritized building or investing in businesses locally from an on and off ramp perspective that's actually licensed. So Zone, one of our businesses based in Nigeria, it services the top four of the 5 banks in Nigeria. They have a central bank license in Nigeria. Fuse is another one that does payouts across the Middle East. They're one of the only ones with licensed infrastructure in that ecosystem. And we think that businesses like this are going to be tremendously impactful to solve a lot of the issues that I think Sheil was bringing up.
I was excited that to hear you bring this up because Sheil tweeted this. I got ready to spit something spicy back, and ultimately the reason why we're so excited about stablecoins is because anyone can permissionlessly build the on and off ramp infrastructure. So these remittance companies that have existed so far, they've got a vertically integrated inventory management problem where they've got to keep track of dollars and pesos and dong in each of these countries. And there's no way that you as an entrepreneur, you as a user can go interact with the subsystems within it. And so when you look at these remittance companies today, I mean, even I love Stripe. Stripe is, I think they really only support 42 countries. They're a global payments product, and they're doing some of the best work around, but that's, for those keeping track at home, you're missing 150 countries that you might want to integrate into. And so, okay, so that's the first part, is like by having this be a global permissionless network, you can really build that infrastructure, and you can have local entrepreneurs in countries that are underserved build those integrations that allow people in those countries to have access to better products, maybe access to the dollar, access to new infrastructure. It'll allow fintechs to go global on day one, potentially, if they really want to reach users in those countries. But then what's also funny about this tweet is this happened 3 weeks ago. And then in the last 3 weeks, Visa and MasterCard both announced that if you hold stablecoins in your wallet, they'll issue a credit card now in this huge list of countries. So just like the announcements in the last 3 weeks have already taken stablecoin payments at local point of sale terminals much more global than they were before, in part because of the fact that you can permissionlessly build on them. And I'm so excited to see more of those announcements coming up. I think, it's going to be an exciting 2 years.
Awesome. So I'm going to do.
Can I add one piece?
Yeah, please do.
Specifically kind of on that tweet, the cheapest, fastest way to move money is to not move money at all. And much of today's remittance and fintech ecosystem is built on matching and netting on one's own balance sheet. One of the reasons stablecoins is so exciting is the opening up of those networks and the ability to rebuild and re-architect the global correspondent banking network. That will happen over a very long period of time and will take a lot of different building blocks, some of which we have today, some of which we don't yet have. Two areas in particular that we're really excited about and keeping a close eye on are those bringing liquidity into the ecosystem, absolutely critical for the problem that Sheil mentioned to go away. And then the other is those that are able to manage risk better. I mentioned risk earlier, and I have to keep saying it. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point. I might, breach the moderating wall for just a second and share an anecdote. Kevin at Borderless and I were on the phone with a deca-billion-dollar book value bank a couple of weeks ago. And we're thinking it's all about the stablecoin sandwich, about moving funds, about all these things. And they brought some insights to us about reasons they're evaluating stablecoins are their ability to monetize the FX spread when they actually send money, and as well as reduce the customer service cost. One of the biggest customer service requests or questions they get is, where's my wire when I send it internationally? And through stablecoins, they're able to offer almost instant settlements. SWIFT only operates during bank hours. If you look at SEPA in the EU, it operates 24/7, 365. And so there's just totally different value propositions that start to unlock and total meaningful changes to the correspondent banking network that I think emerge from there. So I'm just being conscious of the time, and I know we want to do a few minutes of audience questions, but just maybe a closing question for each of you. 1 line, 2 lines, if we're just going to kind of bullpost about, what gets you, I asked about the cynics, what can go right in this industry? What gets you most excited? Where are we in 5 years? Give us your biggest sense of optimism towards kind of devoting your careers and your time here.
5 years from now, we will see a meaningful amount of P2P international money movement running through stablecoins. We will also see regulations start to come around. Sam rightly touched on the importance of clarity, and that will allow a tremendous amount of innovation that has held us back up till now.
What excites us the most, right, is everything outside of payments as well. All the new innovations that are going to be created from stablecoin infrastructure, how that might be governed, what the regulatory frameworks are around that. We have a lot of clarity as it relates to clear rules and guidelines that are set up, and we think that that'll create a significant amount of innovation and bring efficiency to the system.
I think the most exciting thing that could happen in 5 years is that people still really don't know what stablecoins are. They just think, wow, there are all of these new capabilities for my money. All of the apps they use work better. People are really on stablecoin rails, and they just think of stablecoins as part of money, but making their money move faster, potentially earn more places to spend it, and then also new verbs, spend, send, earn, and 150 more that we haven't experienced yet because it was too challenging to build.
Cool. All right, well, thank you guys. Over to the audience, who's got some questions for our venture capitalists? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just wondering, what are your key KPIs, key things to look at to evaluate stable startups?
Just for X, the question is, what are your 3 KPIs that you look at when you're looking at startups?
I'll start. It depends on kind of where you fall in the stack. But the question you're going to hear me ask right out of the gate is, who's your head of compliance? Who's your head of risk? And what do those systems, what do those processes look like? How do you think about scaling out that function? How do you think about balancing growth with risk and compliance?
I think along that same line is, what licenses do you have? What bank relationships do you have? And then on top of that is, we look across the customer profiles of your businesses, right? How sticky are these customers? What's the customer quality, and how long will you be able to serve them?
Yeah, all depends on where you are on the stack.
I feel like banks are still key to this infrastructure that we built from stablecoins. And what do you see being in the top of the banks about in terms of how they can enable and benefit from the stablecoin, both transactionally and from the
What should banks be thinking about in the stablecoin boom?
There's actually probably a lot of room right now for a forward-thinking bank to make a strong move into the stablecoin space and really grow their deposit base. You know, expand what they're earning net interest margin on, grow revenues, and be a part of the next generation of like payment infrastructure. Now, are they going to do that? Banks aren't super known for taking risks like that. And then just, you know, how will stablecoins integrate with banking infrastructure? Well, I think we're going to see a period of growth in stablecoins where being able to on and off ramp from banks will matter a ton. That'll really change how people think about stablecoins. But then eventually that infrastructure is going to get good enough that we're probably going to think about it a little bit less. Maybe we see an overall reduction in deposit balances, a little bit of erosion there. But it's going to be pretty path dependent in terms of like where people actually end up keeping their money long term.
Go ahead. The only other piece I'd add is banks are an integral part of where money is stored, and they'll continue to play that role. The shift in how money is stored presents both an opportunity and a risk for banks. There's a very real scenario here where we could see a spike in demand for the US dollar thanks to increased availability, but we could also see a shift away from M1 money supply and depository accounts and in DDAs and into high yield treasury or money market funds, and shifting into different types of storage. I don't know. Maybe that's good and maybe that's bad. Depends on how you position yourself as a bank.
Cool. Maybe last one, Pink Hat.
Hey, we're chain market. One thing that's really hot is the future of on-chain forex markets. So there's trading like dollar-based stablecoins, like peso-based stablecoins. And I'm curious if you have a plan on where you see that market going in the future. Idea what MEMS or applications we use or should liquidity, and who you think the actual use within that business is going to be market makers or like retail.
All right, the question comes from an on-chain market maker, and the question is, what's the future of FX?
So future of FX is a pretty big topic. I think there's some key capabilities that don't exist right now to do FX on chain. Like mostly FX traders aren't holding large cash balances in non-yield bearing assets. They would keep it in like treasuries, and they do something that looks like an RFQ. And so we probably need to have features in AMMs that support those kinds of that kind of usage, so that market makers in the FX market can tighten spreads, and you can move from on-chain dollars into on-chain pesos at a better exchange rate. But that's one of that's going to be one of the key pieces of infrastructure that allows us to make stablecoins more global. And I'm glad that you're working on it.
Cool. We'll give it up for our panel, everybody.
Okay.
really fun. Yeah, and I love our students of like lines forward. Thanks for checking. Yeah, thanks.
Good job. Thanks. Look at that, right on time.
I'm impressed. Well done. For any founders in the audience, feel free to ask Sam when A16Z is launching a token. I think that'll be fun to flip the script. Next up, I think one of the most important things that's happening with stablecoins today is the cross-border narrative, and especially around emerging markets. So I want to invite Antonio from Bridge, Christian from Third Prime, Ryan from Pantera, and Bernardo from Trace to come and talk about geographical adoption in the US, in Africa, in APAC, and in Latin America, respectively. And we'll have John come back up and moderate because I can't get enough of John. I mean, just look at that handsome face. It's tough to do more.
Appreciate it, Kevin. Kevin said he didn't want a lot of VCs up here, and now we have a few more, including myself. Awesome. For those of you that weren't in the first session, I was just up here. I'm an investor at Flourish Ventures. We're a global fintech focused fund. We've got people all over the globe, 3 in Africa, 3 in Asia, a few in LATAM. And one of the critical components of what we look at is adoption of stablecoins internationally. And we have 3 folks here across region building different applications or investing in different applications. And we'd love to really explore kind of how adoption is being categorized in different geographies, what's working, what's not, and where this infrastructure is heading next. So maybe to start out, we'll go down the line here for you guys to introduce yourselves, tell a little bit about your company or your fund, and what you do.
Hey, I'm Bernardo Bright. I'm CEO and founder of Trace Finance. We empower some of the largest payments and stablecoin companies down in Latin America. We are processing close to $1 billion in TPV per month. And we are doing volume with dLocal, with Pizzo, Dollar App, and many of the other folks, which in turn allows us to process most of the volume for Amazon, Airbnb, Uber, and a lot of other amazing companies that are right next to to us here in the South.
Hey everyone, I'm Christian Kaczmarczyk. I work for a fund called Third Prime. I'm here in place for Chris Maurice from Yellow Card. We invested into them back in their Series A, but for those who are unfamiliar with Yellow Card, they are an on and off ramp, as well as a payments company based in servicing most of the people in Africa, as well as a little bit of the Middle East. Third Prime, just for your guys' background, is fintech, industrial tech, as well as crypto. We've been doing stablecoin or stablecoin related investments across the world, so kind of generally have distribution around the world since 2021. But yeah, happy to give perspectives from Africa, LATAM. I've been fortunate to spend a lot of time around the world to try to see what's happening, boots on the ground. So excited.
Thanks, CK. Hi, everyone. I'm Ryan Barney. I'm here from Pantera Capital. We're a fund that's been investing exclusively in crypto and blockchain since 2013. And through time, that's been a lot of different flavors of stablecoins and orchestration on and off ramp and exchanges. So looking forward to sharing our perspective. And I primarily focus on stablecoins, exchanges, infrastructure, and given that it's been a pretty worldwide lens recently. So looking forward to the conversation.
Wonderful. Maybe to just start out, right, given you guys focus on different geographies or have experience in different geographies, what makes your region especially ripe or difficult for stablecoin adoption today? And maybe Bernardo, to start out with you to speak about Brazil.
Definitely. So I think that LATAM is very peculiar in itself. When you see a lot of people trying to get into Latin America, they think it's everything, every country essentially is the same, right? So you have like Spanish speaking Latin America, and then you have Brazil, which is a big step difference between both. I think that Brazil has most of the volume in the region as well, but also Mexico, Colombia, Argentina are very relevant, and also some of the other countries like Chile are picking up a lot of volume there. But the regulations are so different, And also, a lot of the banks in Latin America, they are even, I would say, 5 to 10 years behind what the US banks are. So most of them don't have APIs. A lot of them don't even have a platform in English. When you go into the ones that do have APIs, your US developers now have to learn Portuguese to be able to integrate. And also, there's a big difference on the regulatory stack. If you operate with broker in Brazil, for example, which is the role that Wise plays there, you would have a cap on up to $500,000 that you would be able to operate. And then if you have just an FX bank, you would only be able to do the cross-border piece, but you wouldn't be able to get access to PIX, which I think is an amazing invention by the Central Bank of Brazil, and something that we see now in other instant payment systems around the world. But you really need to have the highest stack of regulation in each of those countries. And in that case, you wouldn't have any limitations. You would have the best of both worlds in the sense that you have amazing APIs, but also you are not capped into working with a fintech that is capped to $100,000, which is the case for a lot of payment institutions in Brazil. So I think you really need to use the best in each of those countries, or at least get the best in Brazil or the best in Mexico. And then for the remainder of Latin America, you will have almost a very similar experience from all of the other players.
Yeah, and I will echo kind of similar experiences from that Bernardo has in LATAM. Africa also suffers massively from those problems. I mean, when you think about like inflation of your currency, you have 52 different currencies across Africa, so you have to deal with a lot of different money movement systems. Also, those currencies are constantly inflating and never really have clear regulation on what's happening there. So similar problems that you have in LATAM, not that much different in Africa. But I think really the biggest thing that people really want is just being able to get access to the US dollar, right? They want to protect themselves from any sort of inflation that happens there. There's also a lot of people that typically after university, they leave the country and they don't come back for like 50 years. So remittance is a big flow of just sending money back to their region that they're from. And there's usually a ton of costs associated with that, right? You're paying fees from Western Union and MoneyGram. You're also paying fees from the banking and FX. So at the end of the day, like when you send $1 back home, you're probably only getting anywhere from 60 to 80 cents, depending how lucky you are. So by bringing stablecoins into the equation, you also enable the opportunity to just lower the cost for yourself and maintain value. And that was really the premise of why Yellow Card got started, right? Being able to move money from back home from the US back into the African region. And I think another area too is just that like, because there's so many currencies you have to deal with it, like being able to exchange is a pain, right? Even just exchanging money from Nigeria and Ghana, although they're pretty much right next door to each other, massive amount of time settlement, right? It might take you 5 to 7 days to settle on this stuff. You might pay some other crazy fees you just don't even know about. So bringing stablecoins to the region is really just bringing so much layers of efficiency across the board, as well as just cost savings. So yeah.
I'll do my best to cover Africa. Excuse me, you just did that. Well done. I'll do my best to cover Asia. I think the perspective from Pantera is we, through time, have invested in basically major regional exchanges across LATAM, Africa, Asia, Southeast Asia, et cetera. And what's really interesting is now, as we think about a core crypto user and a core stablecoin user, in most geographies, they look pretty different. A core crypto user is someone who wants to buy Bitcoin, who wants to buy meme coins. Like it's more of like the gambling, speculative nature of the space. And a core stablecoin user is everything we've been speaking about today: remittance, savings, access to US dollars. Across all the regions we invest in, Asia is the most interesting because users there look a lot closer to a core crypto user and a core stablecoin user. We're actually seeing people that onboard into stables more quickly cross the chasm into kind of other next generation crypto flows. They're staking, they're gambling a little more, they're farming on Athena and doing things like that. Whereas if I think about like our users who use Bitso and LATAM, like they're not doing that, right? They're kind of a little more down the narrow. And I think it's really interesting because we can take lessons from Asia, where there's more experimentation happening, and kind of port them over to different regions worldwide, and hopefully have a little more similarities worldwide.
I really appreciate that. Maybe Christian, to Yellow Card went multi-country very early, right? And a bunch of founders in this room. Corridor diversification, country diversification is probably a decision on their minds. Would be curious from your perspective, what were some of the biggest benefits and challenges of this multi-country strategy, and how has it really shaped Yellow Card's competitive position?
Yeah, I mean, on the benefit front, the biggest problem in Africa is that every single country has like their own governing bodies that have their own rules and their own processes, and it just takes a really long time just to get things done, right? There's this term called TIA. This is Africa, where it's just broadly known that everyone talks around and just says, all right, you're late for some reason, TIA. And the thing with that is that like it applies to just how you do business there, right? You want to get a license in Kenya, that's going to take you 1 year, right? Just think about their mind. There's no fast tracking it. You just need to spend 1 year on it. So I think the biggest thing is that like going multi-country in Africa, you kind of have to do it because you just don't know when you might get debanked, delicensed, whatever it may be. The rules can easily change. So it's really a function of like hedging for your business, but then two, also being able to capture different kinds of flows, right? If people are moving money from Nigeria to Ghana, you want to be able to capture that flow. So you kind of need to support Ghana on that end. If you're, one day the president's son gets scammed from some meme coin, now all of crypto is illegal, which by the way, this has happened. And so now the entire Yellow Card team is getting arrested because of that, not because they did anything wrong, just merely because they're crypto. Well, you should probably have another country you should be able to operate in. So a lot of it is just a mere protection mechanism for yourself so that you just don't have your business wiped out in one day. But then as more and more people leave their countries or go work in other areas, kind of similar to LATAM, right? A lot of Argentinians go to Brazil to work, they'll go to Mexico. You want to be able to capture those flows as well. So the pros of it is hedging. Now, the cons of all this stuff is, it just takes time. You just don't know what the process is really going to take. You do have to educate a lot. You have to open sandboxes. Yellow Card is right now in 20 countries of the 54 in the continent. They're going to be in a lot more by the end of the year. Now, the thing is, like, a lot of these countries never even had any rules or regulations. So it's like they've been smart about actually positioning themselves, educating regulators, building sandboxes. So not only they benefit, but also other entrants in the market as well can come in and benefit from these new rulings in place. So, cons is just, it takes time. It's also just going to be a pain for you to deal with some of these people and educate them on it. But, in the long term, it benefits because you're not just stuck to one area. And you might just get your business shut down because of that reason.
Super helpful. Anybody have any?
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I feel like in Latin America, you have less of a need to have all of the countries at the same time, because you have an actual percentage that is very meaningful in both Mexico and Brazil that make it worthwhile to integrate with a specific partner in either of those. But I do think that you have a similar scenario where until now you didn't have to have regulations to operate with stablecoins, but that's coming soon as well. But you did have to either work with a player that was fully regulated to have access to accounts, to have access to PIX and to the other local payment systems there. And regarding Argentina to Brazil flows and vice versa, back a while ago, you had Argentina essentially being in a steal, right? So all the Brazilians would go there. They would feel like kings because the currency devaluation was insane. And currently, it's actually the opposite. So you have a ton of Argentinians. They go to the south of Brazil. They essentially buy everything there. And we are seeing most of those flows now flowing through stables. So we have companies like Dollar App, like Nomads, Eldorado, Felix, Pago, and so on, that originally they were essentially moving money from Brazilians into accounts abroad. But now they are actually having all of those Argentinians and Mexicans that would have that account use case essentially for USD and being able to spend money in the US, connected with PIX through those companies in a way that now they can off-ramp into US from USDC, USDT into BRL and use the ecosystem that the Central Bank of Brazil built for locals in a way that you can pay for anything that you're buying in a bakery or that you're going to a club or to anything else there that would only accept PIX and local currency with your USD account that is stable backed, right? So we are seeing dozens of millions of dollars every day from foreigners that are now spending money with PIX, which is very interesting.
Really helpful. We've talked about a bunch of different use cases across business and consumer. It'd be great to get your guys' perspective on where has adoption been most prevalent and where will stablecoin infrastructure benefit folks the most, on the business side or the consumer side?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think the first big pocket of adoption we've seen has been really consumer. It's been peer-to-peer remittance. I think two places peer-to-peer. One, there's been pretty amazing like peer-to-peer networks to actually on and off ramp. Like Binance has done a wonderful job with this through time. You know, whether good or bad, you can debate. But they've actually gotten stablecoins and wallets in the hands of many people. The second place is many local exchanges are now kind of facilitating the on and off ramp for individuals when the original thesis was for them to just be like cryptocurrency exchange. And we're seeing this worldwide, which is interesting. I think the second place where we're starting to see adoption is really on like the enterprise and business side. And it's mostly been payments within a company. So they're using it to pay out vendors or using it to pay, you know, their employees worldwide, and they're using it to repatriate funds. I think the place we're really looking to see is market pull for basically the next step, which is paying vendors in your supply chain with stablecoins. And that's really interesting because now you have to get more than one party on board with this, different AML, different compliance, different risk and fraud. Like, you know, our friend from QED was saying earlier, it's really important. And I think as you bring more parties into the system, it's actually much harder to coordinate and do. But going to be really interesting. And there's a lot of amazing tech that's there, and actually some amazing big global companies that are starting to experiment with that. And that's super important because that kind of signpost to the rest of the world, like it's okay. And that's important.
For us as of late, we've been spending a lot more time on the business side. It's also as a way to actually channel to get customers on the consumer side. I think kind of generally the issue with consumer, and we've seen this with like fintech banks and neobanks, is that like they're super expensive to acquire a customer. On top of that, like generally these users have multiple banking services and apps, so they're generally quite fickle, and they're willing to leave your platform pretty quickly if they want to. So you typically have to cross-sell them a bunch of other services so they don't end up leaving. But I think the beauty, at least with the business side, is that one, the ticket sizes are a lot larger. The volume is generally a lot more consistent, right? If you're paying employees, every 2 weeks you have a bunch of things you have to pay for. Every month you have subscriptions. And then at the same time too, generally once these businesses, they do a whole evaluation of a lot of different vendors, and they're going to pick you. And for as long as you service them well, they're not really going to leave. The churn is not going to be as high, and you're not going to spend as much trying to keep them as a customer. So I think the business side is really exciting for us. And I think it's just going to be, when you think about consumer payments, I think it's about $100 trillion of payments a year. Consumer is probably in the 20, and the business side is way even higher by multiples of size. So it's definitely just going to be an area where people are going to try to capture a lot more activity. And so that's where we're going to be spending more time on.
We are also only B2B focused, and although we enable a lot of consumer plays through our platform like Dollar App and AstroPay, I do think that I share a lot of what you just mentioned. When you are operating with an enterprise customer, you essentially have to service them really well, have amazing products and APIs, but they will push $100 million, $50 million with you every month. And it's consistent with a lot of the global account plays that you have now on the consumer side, and dollar-based cards. It's essentially a user acquisition type of play, and I think that over time it really capitulates in a sense that it becomes harder and harder to acquire the user and to keep them over time as well. We have really seen that in Brazil. We service most of them, so for us, we don't really care who wins. But I think that dealing with consumer plays is usually a lot harder to maintain that customer base over time. And since the beginning of the company, we really dialed in getting that company that not only wants to move money once a month or once a year, but really the heavy use case where we are a big difference at the end of the day for that company in a quarter we are allowing them to have 30% more revenue, or we are enabling them to essentially do a corridor that otherwise they wouldn't. It's actually very funny when you go talk with a Brazilian bank, for example. You ask them, oh, I want to operate, buy crypto, USDC from my Brazilian operations. And sometimes they ask you for the hash even before you have the operation. And then you try to explain to them, oh, but usually the hash is after you actually buy the crypto because you have to pay the exchange and actually withdraw. And they say, oh no, without the hash, I can't do the operation. I need that prior to closing the FX. And there's a lot of gap in the financial institution understanding of crypto still. So I think that a lot of those use cases that leading companies are doing are only possible with either companies, banks that are like similar to Cross River and Leeds here in the US, or essentially through fintechs that have done the hard work and acquired licenses in those local countries.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point that a tremendous amount of core infrastructure is really needed, and each region has different set of requirements from on and off ramps, FX, liquidity, and compliance. Maybe Christian, you can speak a little bit about Yellow Card's experience, and even from an investing standpoint in Africa, what core infrastructure do you believe is most necessary right now?
I guess from like the stablecoin orchestration side, or just like generally?
I think regionally in Africa or more broadly across the stablecoin ecosystem, in order to achieve the largest benefits we can from this infrastructure, what do we need to put in place?
Yeah, look, it generally seems like the tech for the most part is at a really good positioning. There's a lot of different stablecoin chains, seeing more issuers by day. So I don't think there's like that much more additional value you get from them providing those services. I think the biggest thing for them is just making sure you get the right licenses in place to operate, get the right banking partners, because they get debanked all the time. Even though we're getting a better position in the US, they've been debanked already since the new administration, so it's kind of a pain. But I think making sure you have access to good FX liquidity so that you're not taking too much risk on the FX side when you're doing these trades or payouts, and then making sure you have the licenses. Like those are like the two biggest things, because if you don't have the FX and you don't have the liquidity on that, then like great, you can't fulfill that end payments, and then next that business enterprise you're supporting is not excited to work with you because you said you can do $100 million of volume for that specific trade or that sort of route, but now you can only do 20. So it's just it's kind of you oversold and didn't actually lead up to the promise. So I think the biggest thing is just making sure you have the banking partnerships which allow you to get the better FX rates, and then also gives you liquidity over time too.
Sure, happy to add. I mean, I think you touched on a few things that I would agree and double down on. Like local rails are so important. That actually creates like a moat. And I think then that's something you can bring a value to your enterprise or your retail customers, whichever you go after, which is important. Having a user base, I think people don't talk about this enough. I mean, as a VC, we've seen so many retail-focused apps pitch us. And they're amazing ideas. Some are doing really well, but it's also really scary when you see a company like Nubank seemingly overnight turn on, dollar-based accounts using stablecoins for all their users. Like that's a scary proposition. So users is so important in, cross-selling and creating sticky moat. And then the last, I would just double down on what CK said, is having the liquidity to fulfill the promise to the customer you made is what's important, because that's what they care about, is like, can you handle the trade when their volumes ramp up? And that's more than just like a balance sheet. That's having relationships with OTC, market makers, dark pools, things like that. Even bringing more capital from on-chain, like in Uniswap or other, to make it happen is really important. So I think that's where orchestration comes in at, actually, is enabling better and deeper and more approachable FX. Maybe less so how we've been saying it typically, which is just kind of the initial kind of on and off ramp. I think that is going to be handled by those who own the local rails.
Yeah, you brought up something, and maybe Bernardo, you work with some of the larger financial institutions in Latin America, dLocal, Conduit, et cetera. How do you think about differentiation in your business and creating moat?
So I do think that a lot of the problem with actually fulfilling that liquidity and being able to settle payments is a reliance on many levels. So sometimes you are using a platform, but in reality, that platform uses another, that uses another, which uses a broker, that uses a bank, right? And you never know how many layers are actually there when you are using that as a consumer, for example. So having as close to the fully regulated player as possible is really interesting. I think that's where borderless, for example, comes along and enables the end user, the businesses to tap into the best possible player in that region. And hence why we are also very excited about the Circle Payments Network and other plays that we are seeing now. But I think for the most part, those companies that are getting to a market, they might just get the easiest, or at least the ones that they know. And there's a margin play here, so they are paying a lot more because there are so many levels to their operation. But also, the farthest you are from the license owner and the one that actually executes the payment, the more likely it is that you might have problems and that you won't be able to fulfill that. So what we did in Brazil is we got 2 different bank partners where we have exclusivity over their operations. So they had other plays. So essentially they did a lot of like consumer lending and things that are more vanilla, but they did have the fully regulated bank license. They did have the FX license as well. But they didn't really have the technology like APIs, or they weren't even enabled to handle tech companies. So very similarly to what Bridge did in the US, they worked with Lead very closely. But as you know, Leads and Cross River wouldn't probably give Bridge exclusivity over their operations because they service so many other companies like Circle and a lot of other crypto companies. So the main value that we brought in that relationship was, okay, we already have a lot of volume. We are keen to create the APIs from the ground up, connect with the central bank, and essentially create a new business line with that bank. And in return, they gave us the exclusivity to operate those verticals within the bank, open non-resident accounts, and enable foreign companies to essentially use their license. So I think that having best of both worlds, essentially amazing APIs and a company that really understands your payment flows, the compliance framework that's necessary to actually operate that at scale, and also having a fully regulated player that is financially capable and regulatorily capable of handling those payments is very needed. Because a lot of the banks that we see, they have a cap on the amount of volume they can handle, not because they don't have the liquidity, it's because they think, oh, if it's over $20 million, then it's a compliance risk, because they don't really understand what they are handling, right? So I think that ideally you should get either a bank that is very tech-enabled, such as Cross River, Leads, or working with a company such as Bridge, such as Yellow Card, or you should build it yourself. But are you going to do that for every region? I don't think that's feasible as well.
Super helpful. I think we have time for just a few questions if anybody has questions for the panelists. Here we go, right here.
So you mentioned orchestration. What do you mean by that? I've heard it a couple of times on the panel, and it means particular things in various contexts. It's really important here for movement of money and goods.
Sure. Well, I'll define a few things. I think typically what is today defined in the market is like what a Bridge or a BVNK or Yellow Card does in certain regions is orchestration, which is basically just going between kind of a fiat balance and a crypto balance, right? I think previously we've always thought of that as like on and off ramps. And the reason is because that's enabled by a banking license or a proximity to a regulator that lets you do that. I think really where those companies are moving is doing much more than the on and off ramp, and calling orchestration like truly the end-to-end flow of money for maybe a treasury operation or paying contractors. And so I think that's everything from what the UI and UX portal looks like, where you're typing things in, maybe where you're typing your contractors' names in, maybe the vendors you're paying out to, and more than one hop from one fiat balance to one FX balance, I think. So really all-encompassing movement of money end to end. And I think right now, as an industry, we've been very, very good at one thing in certain geographies. And I think that's going to grow through time. Great question.
I guess for me, the orchestration is really like kind of what Bridge does, right? You're tapped into some sort of API to be able to mint or redeem the stablecoin, whichever it may be. And there's companies like M0, which you guys are invested into, which allows companies to launch their own versions. And then also from there, be able to move the money effectively within the crypto rails. But really, to me, like the edge longer term is obviously having the end distribution of the specific region, country with the license and all that kind of stuff. But to me, like the stablecoin orchestration is just being able to mint the coin and then move that money to the crypto side. That's kind of like the easiest portion now.
And right now, I think it's usually fiat to stablecoin, usually USD based, to then fiat again. The ideal scenario would be to have local stablecoins that actually have great liquidity to convert into USD or USDC, USDT, which I think is what's really lacking for emerging markets, local backed stablecoins. Because right now, they are kind of missing the point, and it's what we are going to try to solve later this year. Users and businesses, they don't really want digital BRL because they want to spend it locally. They want digital BRL because they want to convert 24/7 into USDC, into USDT. So that really comes into play when you can actually do that on chain, and you can have orchestration not only between the local players that are eventually going to off-ramp that, but also between the currencies so that you don't have the currency fluctuation, so that you are able to actually settle from one country where banking hours are currently not available, right? Because it's a holiday in that country, but you have that stable coin, and now you can settle into the US, which is a working day.
Awesome. One final question. Anybody? This gentleman over here.
Dive in on credit side. Understand the concept that stable funds in the markets are. Do folks, consumers in the market, actually want tolerance? So they're spending it, do they want those loans that can be local currency, or now it's not?
The question is around demand for dollarized credit.
It's a good question. I think it's going to be really geographic specific, of course. Maybe I'll answer from a few directions. I think we're seeing a lot of demand for folks that are being given stablecoins, right, in some form, to then spend it on payments. And the second place we're seeing a lot of demand is to use it to get access to other financial products that maybe they wouldn't have been able to have access to outside of having a US bank account. And credit actually hasn't been high on the list. It's actually been more investment type products, stocks, bonds, token on assets. There's a really interesting case study that I won't pretend to be the expert on, but there's a business called Cachea operating in Venezuela, which is basically giving credit to Venezuelans through, a tokenized asset. And it's unbelievable. That's a really specific example, right? Because there are a few countries unlike that one. But I don't know. I think credit on chain has been interesting. There's another example, maybe you can speak to it, but CloudWalk in Brazil is doing some really interesting stuff with credit, and they've kind of made their own payments network essentially. And they're using a stable asset that is not necessarily a crypto any of us know, but it's their own permissioned one. So I think there's some interesting use cases here. And the idea of a blockchain and something tokenized can give access to the credit, but the actual innovation has been in kind of describing what that product is and the usability rather than pure demand for it or not so far. And it's very geographic specific. So high level answer, but many different specific case studies to dive into next.
Nice. I think we're actually at time, guys. If you guys would join me in thanking these guys for taking time on this panel.
Sorry. That's great. Good questions. Yeah.
Thanks for
You did a good job. You're Chris.
I was going to say.
Thank you to everybody on the panel. For all of you in the room, we're going to take a half an hour break before we bring more panelists up. I think some food just arrived over in the corner. And for those of you on the live stream, we just crossed 550 people who are on the live stream watching all of the talks. We will be back in about half an hour. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Everybody. Oh, this is loud. Hello, hello. Yeah. Grab your beverages, grab your pretzels, your popcorn, whatever the other goodies are, and we are getting ready to keep the show on the road here. Really? Thank you. Thank you, Dean. Dean is not a paid actor, although you certainly could be. It was a good effort. I appreciate it. All right, folks. We are almost on time, which for those of you who know me know that I am French, and typically us and logistics do not stereotypically get along. So I'm really trying my best to hold the trains on schedule here. For our next talk, we're bringing together a bunch of the different pieces of the stablecoin stack. And you may ask yourself, what is a stablecoin stack? And that's a great question. To us, it means things like wallets. It means things like KYC and compliance software. It means things like accounting and reconciliation systems. And it means things like payment rails, liquidity, conversion between fiat and stablecoins, all those different pieces. So I'm really excited to welcome up on stage Jared from Fireblocks to talk about institutional wallets, Adam from Dynamic to talk about consumer wallets, Deepankar from Socure to talk about compliance, KYC, KYB, Victor from Trace to talk about accounting, reconciliations, all those very fun and exciting topics, and Bree from Borderless to talk about Rails, liquidity, and local currencies, and then Chris from Dynamic to moderate.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to the next panel. So I think so far we've had a really insightful discourse about a lot of the who and the what, and even like the why behind stables. And I think for this panel, we're going to focus a little bit more on the how. So like how can companies think about migrating to stablecoin rails and some of the best practices as it relates to like wallets, compliance, accounting, and overall rails. So my name is Chris from Dynamic. I'm going to just let the panelists go here and introduce themselves.
Cool. So my name is Bree, but it's actually Bricia, and I'm the head of sales at Borderless. And for those of you that don't know what Borderless is, we're an orchestration network that essentially connects stablecoins to fiat, so that we can actually help people make use of stablecoins, and essentially helping companies be able to get access to these without having to implement one provider at a time. Can be costly. So that's what I do.
How's it going? I am the director of sales at Trace Finance. My name is Victor Cirio, and essentially what we are is a treasury management system for crypto. So you probably have a bunch of custodians, a lot of different exchanges, self-custody wallets are on many different blockchains, and aggregating all of this data to even just simply get balances is very complex. And that's what we specialize in, being able to get all of your positions from DeFi to staking rewards, any movement on stable coins, be able to do subsystem reconciliation, all that kind of complex nitty-gritty CFO stuff. That's us.
Hey everybody, my name is Deepankar. I lead product at Socure. Socure is an identity verification and fraud prevention platform. We help prevent fraud, AML, KYC. I myself have been in payment space and identity space for almost 10 years now. I'm from New York, and looking at the room, looks like San Francisco is not a West kind of place. People love blazers and stuff here, so pretty nice to be here.
Hey everyone, I'm Adam Zion, head of product at Dynamic. If you're unfamiliar with Dynamic, you can think about us as a wallet SDK or an SDK for any wallet interaction. So if you're thinking about building on stablecoins, whether you're building a great app use case in South America, or whether you're building a B2B app or contractor payments, generally speaking, things start with a wallet. So you need to be able to make that experience really robust, make it less frictionful and really easy to use. So you come to Dynamic and build on top of us.
Hey guys, Jared from Firebox. I'm one of the sales directors leading payments in fintech. And before this, I was at Currency Cloud. So I've been waiting for this day for a while and just excited to be here.
Awesome. So I think based on the last panel, we've been hearing that stablecoin adoption has been growing a lot globally. But as a fintech business, right, where should they even begin in terms of like getting into the rails to begin with? Maybe starting off with, yeah, you guys down there.
I think the first question, if I'm looking to enter into the space, is how are you thinking about custody? And really that comes down to control. So we're seeing like a wave of traditional players and incumbents looking to enter the space. And a lot of times you get questions like, where are these funds held? Are they held with a bank? Are they held with you, Firebox? And I think like that's the first thing, is understanding custody. And do you want control over these accounts? Or do you want another provider who's going to take on the licensing aspect of it? But then from there, there's all these other pieces of the stack of how do you map your existing processes onto blockchains? So how do you plug into like compliance and AML and screening to reconciliation and accounting and all these other pieces? But yeah.
Yeah, so I would actually echo something similar. So actually, I think about it a little bit differently, though. I actually first ask yourself, like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to meet demand for something in Latin America? Do you have a lot of businesses that you're trying to pay? Are you trying to build a contractor network? What are you first looking to do? And then asking yourself similarly to how do you want to hold this? Do you want to retain all the access to coins, to assets? Or do you want to be able to enable it such that developers or users or businesses will be able to hold them themselves and then be able to interoperate with them, right? So how do you want to set up? Then you will probably ask yourself, what more can I do, right? Will I be able to connect these application experiences or vendors to be able to pay to their contractors? What are they using? Are they going to be paying out in other wallets? Are they going to want to connect to exchanges? So I like to first start with, what do you want to do? What area? And then start with, where do I want to hold it? And what do my users then want to do next?
Thank you. So yes and yes. But additionally, I think one of the things that I feel when I'm talking to customers is that I feel like we're all so often very used to talking to people that are in this room. And, you know, we use a lot of words like the wallet and the blockchain and the on-chain and all of that. And ideally, yes, this is a lot of our market right now. And these are a lot of the customers that I'm talking to. But at the end of the day, the vast majority of the volume that's going to be moved is going to be people that are not feeling so included in the conversation. And so I also feel like we also need to find a way that we adapt the way that we are talking about stablecoins, the way that we're talking about how the network works and how the technology works, so that people can just feel more included in the conversation. They don't shy away from it, and they don't feel like it's overly complicated. And because people are eager to learn about it, they want to be a part of it. They understand that it's the future. But we need to be a little more inclusive, I feel, when we're approaching them, and maybe the terminology has to be a little bit different, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's you know, going back to the question of, you know, where's like the first place to start. So one of my friends goes to importer-exporter conferences, and what he's able to do is show them the rates that they can save through using stablecoins. And, you know, they're saving millions of dollars. But along with that, it's very nascent, and there aren't a lot of these, like, you know, or at least they don't know really how to interact with the blockchain in a safe manner, right? So where do they start? They go to, you know, your Firebox, they go to your Dynamic, they need their KYC, so they're not, you know, interacting with a blacklisted wallet address, right? And so you see these like millions and millions of dollars worth of savings and then not really knowing where to start. And so it's really getting the underlying infrastructure. It's then having the data to be able to interact with the wallet addresses and everybody else in a regulated manner. And then we deal with the financial implications of it on the back end, right? Where well, now you're moving millions and millions of dollars. You have fiat coming in. You have crypto going out, vice versa, and it becomes a very complex problem to solve really quick. And when you have the right systems in place and the right infrastructure in there, you can save yourself those millions and millions of dollars, move money almost instantaneously, and then have everything, all of the reconciliations be done for you, and it's immutable. It's on the blockchain, right? So, being able to get into it and then interact with it in the right, compliant, quick, secure way is incredibly important. And we're seeing more and more of that as, all of these companies mature, right? And so that's what I find is really interesting, is it starts with saving tens of millions of dollars. And then there's all these little, things that banks usually do that really aren't there yet. Right. And then, you can't just take millions of transactions from the blockchain and just pump them into QuickBooks. Right. Or, you don't have the bank doing the KYC for you. Right. So I find that all of these little problems that are arising are pretty quickly and easily solved by a lot of people up here. And I always find those little use cases really interesting. It's good.
Okay, cool. And actually, I think, and those are great points. Bree, you brought up something really interesting, which is just generally like accessibility, right? Like, how do we make this more accessible to like the normal kind of population and get wider adoption? What are some just like specific best practices that you guys have seen in terms of making that a reality? Yeah.
Do you want me to go?
You can go.
What I see a lot, we work really closely with Fireblocks, right? And what I see a lot is, solving the problem first, and then really kind of dealing with some of the implications in the back end, right? And so, when you're saying like what should these companies really be aware of, is really think about the whole workflow, how everything works. And, like Fireblocks is going to be, and Dynamic and everybody else are going to be able to enable these like complex workflows for you to be able to solve. And I kind of deal with all of the CFO's problems, right? Like a year later, of, oh my God, how does the blockchain work? Do I need to, have connectivity to an archive node? I'm on Block Explorers, and it's such a, different experience than kind of where they had originally started, right? And then kind of what got you into that problem is, okay, I want to move money quickly. I have problems to solve, right? So that's what I would, really think about, is back to your point. It's, what are really like whiteboard the challenges that you're going to interact with, and, talk with all of your different vendors and say, hey, what problems do your customers normally experience? Or, okay, accounting is one of them. KYC, AML is another one of them, right? Like having safe custody is a big one. I mean, we've seen many hacks on different systems. And so kind of just being ahead of that and aware of it, and, being able to interact with stablecoins effectively is going to be really important. Whenever you guys want to go?
Sorry, I'll go. So those are great points. I think another thing is that when it comes to making it more accessible, as you mentioned, I think one thing is when we're talking to people, and I think we're often trying to sell the technology as opposed to trying to just solve the problem, and then there can be a huge disconnect. So I think usually, it depends on who you're talking to and what part of the company, what department they're a part of, right? So if I'm talking to, for example, the CEO of the company, and they acknowledge that there's an issue that they're trying to solve for, and they're trying to do something to fix that, can I fix that problem for them? And then once I get into the nitty-gritty things of, talking to the tech team and talking to their product side, then we can start talking about, like what goes on the back end and how do we implement that, instead of just like overcomplicating things from the beginning. Because if you really think about it, if you're a business owner and you go to the bank to open a bank account, you don't really ask, how does my money move through ACH? Like nobody asks that. Most people don't even know how money moves in the US. And so I think we're overcomplicating it sometimes by not just asking, what is the problem you're trying to solve? Oh, you want to move money fast? You want to make it cheap? Cool, I can do that. We can talk about how that works later. But I feel like it's just keeping it simple.
Yeah, I think for me, it's all about actually being able to build and ship. For as much as I do appreciate maybe a long sales cycle of understanding all the nitty gritty things that might go wrong, as a builder, as someone who's now trying to get into a market, understand whether this use case is real, I want to be able to build. I want to be able to ship. I want to be able to jump into DevX and have it just work. I don't actually want to spend all my time whiteboarding out the 50 different cases. While I understand the value in it for sure, I actually index that a lot of these things need to be built to really prove out the value in your business, prove out the value to your customers, while also making sure you're building on a flexible product that could enable for KYC, AML, handling accounting and verification, handling those things. For sure, that's a part of the equation. However, we really focus on, okay, users want to be able to log in, get an account, get USDC, or get something in their wallet. Let's make that a reality, and developers want that experience to just work. So that's really where I think most people should really start. Understand your problem, find something that works, and start building.
I'll echo everything everyone just said. The one thing I would maybe just add is if I'm like a large enterprise or legacy business, you got to think it takes at least 12 to 18 months, if we're being generous, to actually onboard to this new tech. By the time you do your RFP, select a vendor, go through due diligence, start the integration, do testing, this space is going to look so different in probably 6 months, let alone 24 months. And so whatever use cases you see today, you want to make sure you're building on a platform that's flexible and that could support those future use cases, because by the time you actually go to market, your use case could change 5 different times. And we've seen that time and time again. So I agree with everything everyone said, but I think just starting and doing something and realizing that stablecoins are not going to cure cancer today, but the way and how maybe outside of AI, this is the most dynamic space that is changing so fast.
Anything you want to add there, Deepankar? Or I want to change it to compliance, but
Yeah,
I don't know if there's
let's change. Yeah. It's just funny because we still call ourselves a startup. We are a company which love to fail fast. We love to go into market soon. But compliance is like it's like a broccoli of fintech. It's good for you, but no one wants to talk about it. No one is excited about it either. But here's the thing, right? So it's the thing is you start building something, you make sure everything is doing right, and your use case would change 6 times before you get to the market. That's just how startups work, and it should be this way. It's just some things to keep in mind, and maybe the back of your mind, especially as a founder, especially as a team, is you build an amazing product, which is buying, selling stable coins, holding it, and you get it out. It's borderless, it's dynamic, it's amazing. And then your compliance person, and I hope you have a compliance person, comes to you and it's like, yeah, we saw some of the wallets being associated to a sanctioned individual or sanctioned entity. Some of your transactions are being used for some transactions on darknet, or some of the wallets owners do not actually exist. These are synthetic identities which are just there as money muling, because people find creative ways to get around a lot of the checks everyone put in. Trust me, I see this every day. The ways people do to get through the money, to get the money moving is impressive, to be honest. So yes, and the main thing is like, did you build a bad product? No, you built an amazing product. You just miss to keep in mind that money without identity is an untrusted money. It's like the identity has to be the layer of trust that sits, which helps you to make sure that everything you're building is you're not exposing yourself to fraud. 2, you're not exposing yourself to regulatory risk, because as a wallet provider, as money movement, everyone comes under the FinCEN, the Bank Secrecy Act. So you have to, as you transfer money, you have to keep AML monitoring checks. You have to keep, you need to know, in simple language, you need to know who is the person operating behind a wallet, or someone who is actually doing the money transfer. It's just as simple as that. And as I said, compliance is a thorn for everyone. It has to be there, but just not an exciting topic.
I have a follow-up question to that, because
Sure,
I know
yeah.
earlier we were just kind of chatting, and you've been at Secure for I think like 7+ years now,
Yeah.
which is really impressive. Do you have any just like best practices for how companies should just stay on top of like regulations that are constantly evolving, especially within this space?
That's a tough thing, right? And that's why a lot of the companies like Secure exist, to make sure that you're compliant with a lot of the AML practices, you're compliant with a lot of evolving fraud. It's not just about regulations anymore. It's about, with AI, again, this, as you said, is the most second worst thing right now. It's the types of fraud that you see is so evolving fast with AI that you have to protect your businesses against all that's happening. So it's two-course meal. One is, of course, your regulation, your compliances, and second is also preventing fraud. And I know we're short of time, so I'm just going to leave for other people as well.
I want to add on to that. I've seen companies spend millions of dollars on consulting, like insane amounts, and they have two different guidances from the same. Two different companies have two different guidances from the same consulting firm. It's really hard to stay on top of. And to Jared's point, like where we are now is going to be completely different than 12 months, right? Like if you want to whiteboard out your workflows, like take a day. Don't take 12 months, 18 months. And to kind of go on what Adam says, don't let it stop you from going to market. Certainly not. Like build your product and then, deal with a lot of these problems on but like talk, ask around. You can ask your dynamic. You can ask, your Fireblocks. You can ask, around. And even if you do spend a ton of money on consulting, guess what? It's going to change in 6 months. It's going to change in 12 months. So to your point, really focus on building, solving a use case, and just as long as your problems aren't so big where you get hacked, so I would say, really spend that time initially on the security aspect of it. And then, when it comes time for that, reconciliation, accounting, I want to manage my treasury, that stuff will kind of, evolve, right? And so to your point, it's changing so quickly that it's nearly impossible to keep up with, which is a good thing, which is why we're all here. It's an interesting space.
Yep. Yeah, and I know we're running out of time, but really the last question, I think we're kind of covering it now, is just, I was to think about the rest of this year, what are some predictions that you guys have, and what are some advice that you have for builders, as it relates to where the future is going here? Maybe we can start off with Bree.
Oh, can I go next?
Or we can start off with whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, so what are we seeing? We're seeing, while there is a base case, which is you should be able to facilitate a way that an end user or a customer or a business can move that money to a bank account. Makes sense. They want to land it in a bank account. But actually what we're starting to see, and I believe Trace talked about it before, is that more and more people are going to want to actually hold that and do more things with it. So whether it lands into an account that you'd be able to build other revenue streams around or other products around, that's really where we're seeing things go. You should be able to enable through companies like Borderless to be able to make sure it lands in a bank account in a local currency, what they want, but you should be able to now think about the other ways that it can jump off of. And that's really what we are starting to see. So not just thinking about what is known as the stablecoin sandwich, this idea that it starts in fiat and ends in fiat, but what are ways that it can start in fiat, land in crypto, or land in dollars, digital dollars, and have optionality from there. Where can it go? How can you build a revenue stream, other products around it? Because over time, that's really where users are going to want it. While in LATAM, they may want to put some of this money into a yield product because they don't actually want to cash out. They may want to issue a card from it. They may want to build other sort of opportunity areas. And that's really where we see the sort of the stack and the entire space evolving.
You're hard to go after. You hit a lot of my points, but I think the big thing that we're going to start seeing this year is, if you just think fundamentally, what is a blockchain? It's an asset ledger. You have your Bitcoin, your ETH, now you have your dollars. You're starting to see BlackRock and the large asset managers issue tokenized debt, money market funds. How do all those things come together so that you can replicate what a Wise has done with notional pooling and all these really sophisticated things? And I think the short answer is, it breaks down a lot of the barriers to entry. And that's why you're seeing Bridge and all of these new entrants enter the market. And I just think it's going to be more competition for the incumbents. And if you look at, I started at Currency Cloud, and I would sit next to our head of operations and watch him like log into our Barclays account. And I was like shocked because it looked like it was from the 1970s. And I was like, what kind of company did I join? But then I realized what fintechs do at a basic level is just abstract away the complexities of like the mess under the hood. And if you're taking that away and adding all these efficiencies, where I just think it's interesting. And yeah, I'll stop rambling, but whoever wants to go next.
I'll just make it quick. I just want to say, I think it has a great potential. I think it's growing really great and fast. And the best part is there is enough infrastructure and companies available who can actually support that infrastructure for companies to build on top of it and get to market much, much faster. So I think it's an exciting time to be in the space of building on top of stablecoins. So and also the world is shrinking. So you need to get faster payments. You need to get
Yeah, so I think the prediction is kind of two, right? Blockchain allows you to have the optionality, I think is a really good point, to interact with a different financial system outside of the one that's already built, right? And the second, which has already been brought up, is abstraction. I don't want to know what's going on under the hood. I just want it to work, right? So, from what I've seen from our users is, hey, I just want to plug in my wallet addresses, connect to some exchanges, and okay, all of my finance is already done, right? Easy as that. Like, I want to just move funds from point A to point B. Like, for us, for, actual consumers, I just want to be able to do things quicker, faster, for less money, and not have to pay wire fees or something else, right? So I think that this abstraction and, my grandma doesn't really care how a wire works or how the banks physically hold her funds, right? She just cares that it works and that she doesn't really have to think about it. And so I think that, those two things are really important, right? Like, you want that, separate optionality financial system in case you live in a country where, you're not as, you don't believe in the economic policies of it, right? Having that optionality to have your funds somewhere else, right? It's kind of the, Bitcoin in a nutshell, right? And at the same time, it's, I want to be able to send my friend money like I do on Venmo, right? But, maybe I can earn yield off of it now, right? So I think those are some of the interesting use cases, and that's kind of, I see them as kind of parallel, but a little bit different.
Keep it quick. So not so much a prediction, just thoughts. I think what we're all building together. There's a lot of us up here, and there's a lot of opportunity for all of us to work together, so that we can make this more accessible to everyone globally. But I think that's ultimately what we're building. It's that we're actually building global payments, and we're giving people the ability, hopefully soon, to have financial stability and financial freedom, to have access to be able to, as they were mentioning earlier, being able to, it's not just about the stablecoin sandwich, is about actually being able to have, control of their funds, and regardless of what volatility they have in their local currency, they can make the most out of it. So I think that's ultimately a goal as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I think we're at time. Thank you to the panelists, and I think we'll move on to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, everybody. Hopefully the stablecoin stack is a little bit more clear. Next up, we're going to jump into real-world stablecoin use cases. Business use cases, consumer use cases. What are stablecoins being used for today in ways that are having high impacts on consumers and companies alike? So I want to invite Akit from Actual, the ARAP platform. I want to invite Arjun from Mesh, which is some of the infrastructure behind Shift4 and a lot of big PSPs that are accepting stablecoin payments today. I want to invite Horatio from Paxos, which is in the issuer consortium of USDG, is the issuer behind PayPal's PYUSD, is at the center of a lot of these B2B flows. I'm going to invite myself. And then for those of you who on the first panel were thinking, wow, CJ is a phenomenal moderator, and I would love to have a lot more of CJ, I have even better news for you. CJ's better half, Pat, is going to be moderating.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm definitely not the better half, though. Sorry. Thank you, Kevin. I'm definitely not the better half, so bear with me here. But hello, hello, hello. What a beautiful day. Thank you all for being here. My name is Patrick Yang. As Kevin mentioned, I'm a co-founder and general partner at Amity Ventures, an early stage venture fund. Lucky to be partnered with Kevin at Borderless, the team at Core, and Socure as well. So I'm very excited to be moderating this panel. Stablecoins are hot right now. Crypto is back. I'm feeling excited. But one thing that doubters always say is that there's not any real world applications of crypto. Yeah, stablecoins are one of the most used crypto products on the planet. So we have some of the foremost technologists and builders here that are driving adoption of stablecoins. And why don't we start with a quick round of introductions, tell us a bit about your company, and then walk us through one real customer use case you're serving today and why stablecoins are better than traditional legacy rails.
Hey everyone, I'm Atik, one of the founders of Actual. Actual makes it easy for businesses and freelancers globally to pay and get paid the way they want. Stablecoins or fiat currencies direct to your wallet or bank account. And we let your counterparty do the same thing, so there doesn't always have to be like a match in what you pay and what you receive, so we can meet those differing preferences. We're built on top of sort of the emerging payment infrastructure stack, kind of the best of the orchestration tools for stablecoins, fiat currencies. But really what we do is we take that magic and try to layer on the more mission critical business component of accounts payable and receivables to work alongside that. Today, we're serving thousands of businesses in over 100 countries. Still a lot of work to do, but really love sort of the global usage of our product today. And I think it speaks volumes to just the need of something like this. Yeah, prior to this, I spent a bit of time working on financial operations at Stripe. So not my first rodeo. And yeah, in terms of the use case example, one of the use cases that we see quite a bit on our platform is actually emerging market service providers. So these are, content agencies, marketing agencies, designers, design agencies, law firms, accounting firms, et cetera, in places where stablecoin adoption's growing for reasons we all know. But let's take someone like Anwan, who runs a marketing agency in Nigeria that we work with, and he's got a client in Maine, and that client is a real estate property management company that he does marketing for. And prior to using Actual, the way he would actually get paid by this company was he's got a friend in the UK that would kind of serve as the middleman to like accept the PayPal payment, and then he would accept that payment, use another service to convert that GBP into NGN, and then send the NGN to him, and he was incurring over like 5%, 6% in fees, and waiting upwards of 2 weeks to get paid. Whereas now, when he uses Actual, what he just tells us is, hey, this is the USDT Tron address that I want to accept payment into. And we say, great, here's a USD account that your client can send you payment for. And so what happens is within a day or so, the client makes the payment in the way that they expect. Traditional boomer company up in Maine just sends money out of a bank account, and then he gets USDT. Same day, a lot less fees. I think that's really the magic that this enables, and a lot more of the borderless commerce that I think can be really, really helpful for just bettering economies and getting more people involved globally.
Yeah, well, I should say with you real quick. The last panel talked a lot about abstraction, and you gave a perfect example. The client on the other side doesn't know that they're actually you're using crypto under the hood to send crypto over to your customer. Talk us more about abstraction, how you thought about designing that into your product.
Yeah, for sure. We talk a lot about this idea of us needing to be Switzerland for this really to work. We have no attachment to any stablecoins, any wallet. So the way that it works in Actual is that you just tell us the way you want to receive payment. If it's a bank account, if it's a particular wallet, we support it all. And the idea is that you tell us that method of payment that you want to accept. And what we do in the background is sort of generate a flexible payment account, is what we call it in our system. But really what we look for is kind of, what are all the possible routes that we can accept payment into for you? And then you ultimately get the thing that you want. And so it sort of flips like the WISE model on its head a little bit, where you typically would have to manage different multi-currency accounts. They exist purely for the purpose of your client to be able to pay you, and that's it.
The moment the money hits that account, we on-ramp or off-ramp it, and then it gets to you the way that you want it, which we believe is the better product experience.
Very cool. Sorry, Arjun, go ahead.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for having me. I'm Arjun. I'm the CTO at Mesh. And a little bit about myself. My background includes some financial firms, like large institutions like Goldman Sachs. I spent some time at Coinbase as well, leading out exchange and payments engineering. So hopefully I'll be able to represent both sides of the equation, traditional finance, as well as what we're here to talk about today. Now about Mesh, we pride ourselves in being the connectivity layer for crypto. What does that mean? Within the Web3 ecosystem, you have multiple different players. You have exchanges, dApps, DEXs, wallets, self-custody wallets, smart contracts. Now, we figured out the most efficient way to connect any two points. And if you can connect 2 points, you can route information effectively between them. That's a wrong, bad way to say we're really good at payments, right? So I'll keep it cliched but relatable, which is Mesh actually wants to bring your day-to-day crypto payments to your coffee shop, your Shack 15, to my coffee shop down at Castro, right? And we want to do this because we want to solve some of the fundamental problems. Some of those fundamental problems are around fragmentation, right? Like we all know, like we have maybe 6 to 8 different accounts. You have a Binance account and a Coinbase account and an OKX account and a Rainbow wallet because Rainbow is suddenly cool. And then you have a MetaMask wallet, right? And within these, you have asset fragmentation. So you have account fragmentation, but then you have asset fragmentation. It's like not all your assets in stable coins. If they are, they're not in a stable coin, right? Unless you're really, you feel very strongly about a particular stable coin. And even if it was in, let's say, USDC, it's not all on Base or it's not all on Arbitrum. So there's network fragmentation. So we have account fragmentation, asset fragmentation, network fragmentation. Imagine as an end user who just wants to buy a cup of coffee is like, yeah, should I pay with my MetaMask account, with my USD, with on-base? And then you go into all of these permutations and combinations. So we at Mesh want to solve that problem of fragmentation. We want to be the ones that actually take crypto payments to day-to-day, everyday usage, right? Business payments, retail payments, right? Like some of the panel will probably talk about remittances, deal making in crypto, right? And there's obvious advantages there. Settlement speeds, 24/7, costs, like you just talked about, right? So let's bring that on a day-to-day basis, right? Let's actually see that happen. We've been talking about crypto payments for how long? For maybe a decade now, right? We want to make that simple. We want to make that in everybody else's hands, right? So that's a little bit about Mesh. I'm sure we'll get into specifics.
I'll ask you one quick question. So you're building infrastructure to make stablecoins work seamlessly across hundreds of wallets, chains, and platforms. What's been the hardest technical challenge or user experience challenge in making that work?
Oh, yeah, so many. So here's when the Web3, when Satoshi launched Bitcoin, when the Web3 ecosystem evolved, everything was geared towards, in a crude way to put it, the developer. Right? It's like, imagine having to remember mnemonic phrases. Like, when was the last time you wanted to go use $2 and it was like, what's your 12-word mnemonic phrase? It's like, no, you don't have to do that, right? So just to go back to your question, one of the biggest problems we've had to solve for is that pull push between security and UX. How do you provide a seamless payment, day-to-day payment solution without sacrificing without sacrificing security? Right? How do you do that across different quote unquote rails, exchanges, wallets, smart contracts, right? So how do you put together, in short, a payments network for crypto that honors seamless, secure, as well as honors interoperability? Like if I was talking about fragmentation before, the short term for fragmentation, the relatable term for fragmentation is interoperability. Right? So yeah, from a technical perspective, I think not having a single standard across networks, across assets, across liquidity sources, that's been the most difficult thing to deal with. And that's where we provide value.
Thank you.
Cool.
Hey everyone, my name is Horacio Diaz. I lead the finance and regulatory team at Paxos. Paxos is a regulated infrastructure player for the digital asset space. We have two main businesses, an issuance business where we tokenize dollars and gold primarily. We're the issuers behind PayPal Dollar, PYUSD, and we recently launched the global dollar, USDG, together with Anchorage, Robinhood, Kraken, and several other players. On the platform side, we have a embedded finance type platform that you can use for yourself directly or your customers to buy, sell, hold, transfer digital assets. We power players like Stripe on their merchant payments solution, folks like Sling for their consumer business, players like PayPal, where they leverage our platform for crypto brokerage. So broad set of use cases against a regulated digital assets infrastructure that we provide.
What do you think really differentiates a high integrity or high quality stablecoin? A stablecoin that people can trust, enterprises can rely on.
Well, you need to look through at the whole spectrum of qualities of a stablecoin. Many folks are very focused on the reserve management, and I think that tends to be an important component that obviously that's the reason why we use them. We want them to be one-to-one at all times. And I would say there are a few layers I look into that. So one is what type of assets and what's a mix of assets. It's not just T-bills and repo and this and that, but if you're holding 10, 15% of your deposits in a bank, well, that's a lot of bank risk exposure that you're having, likely above FDIC insurance. Who are the bank counterparties and the custodians on the other side? What type of transparency do you have? That's critical in my mind. And then finally, I'd say, what's the regulatory oversight? It's easy to do the hard things when times are good. It's hard to do the hard things when times are very tough. And that's when oversight from a regulator, I think, is quite critical.
Thank you for that.
Hey, I'm Kevin. I have the privilege of leading the team at Borderless.xyz. I think Bree did probably a pretty good job on the last panel of kind of introducing what Borderless.xyz is, but to kind of reframe it into the way that I like to think about it is actually a great combination of what was originally said in a few different ways as kind of defragmentation and abstraction. So right now, money movement is incredibly global, but regulatory frameworks and banking rails are extremely fragmented and local. And part of what we saw when we decided to start Borderless was the rise of what we called stablecoin-enabled financial institutions. So now we refer to them as PFIs on the Borderless network, but this is companies like Bridge that's built phenomenal orchestration products in the US, companies like Yellow Card that have done the same in Africa, companies like Bitso that have done this in parts of LATAM, companies like Trace that have done this amazingly well in Brazil, kind of a lot of the folks that were up here on the geographies panel. And we see this across the world, right? I wish we could have brought 50 different people on stage to talk about the nuances of each of the countries in which they operate. And what we realized was missing and that we wanted to solve for was some sort of a global network that weaves all of these different counterparties together into a single place. And a lot of our customers are network members. And what that means is that they have a license in some jurisdiction. So call it that they have a license in the US, they're under NYDFS, or they've got a bunch of MTLs or something like that, and they want to bring to market a cross-border payments product. In order to do that, they're going to need to tie into Trace in Brazil. They're going to need to tie into Iron in the EU. They're going to need to go and tie into Bitso in Argentina. They're going to need to tie into Kappa in Mexico, et cetera, et cetera. You can imagine how this starts to scale in complexity as you start to support more and more different global corridors. Or as an alternative, they can tie into a network like Borderless, which is already connected to all of these different financial institutions. And now in one platform, in one API, in kind of one network, you can access regulated counterparties across the world to do the other leg of the transaction. And that's a lot of what we've built. For those of you that are in the stablecoin space, you've probably heard of Circle's announcement of the Circle Payments Network last week, which was phenomenally validating for us. At least in the stablecoin space, we've had to explain what is a stablecoin network and why is it valuable? Is it another blockchain? Is it another token? What is it? What layer does it play in? Now we get to say that we are the Switzerland version of CPN, where we don't believe that it's a winner-take-all market. We believe in supporting USDC. We believe in supporting USDT. We believe in supporting PYUSD. We believe in supporting all these other stable coins that are coming out. And we think there needs to be the network that ends up winning needs to be a credible third party versus issuer-driven or wallet-driven or any particular piece of the stack. We think this is its own credibly neutral layer.
Thank you for that. Stablecoin settlement is obviously fast and nearly free, but most money still starts and ends in fiat. You're building kind of the connectors, you're solving the fragmentation, but under the hood, what does that lift look like to connect all these on and off ramps across global bank accounts?
It's a lot of connectivity, and it's a lot of messaging. And I think depending on the jurisdiction that you're looking for, something that's really important to consider is the counterparty risk. So when we think about this from a US-centric position, we can all kind of argue that the regulations here have been unclear and that like the SEC kind of regulation by enforcement has really harmed the blockchain industry as a whole. But the reality is that we still have a ridiculously strong regulatory framework here, right? Like if we end up using Bridge or Paxos or one of the entities that's regulated in the US in some way, shape, or form, there's a significant level of trust that you inherently have. When you start to apply this, and I don't mean to pick on any particular country, I know we've got a bunch of folks in the live stream that will probably want to cancel me if I pick their country, but when you apply this into like Nigeria, or you apply this into Panama, or some of these other more emerging markets, the regulatory framework just isn't the same quality. And we see a lot more corruption, we see a lot more licensing through bribery, we see a lot more of those things. And there's a lot of abstraction that happens in the payments world where you connect to somebody who connects to someone else. I think Bernardo talked about this, where you're connecting to someone who connects to someone who connects to someone who connects to a broker who connects to someone. And when you don't understand who the underlying counterparty is that's processing that transaction, how on earth are you supposed to quantify the counterparty risk of the transaction and of transacting with that particular party? So a lot of the difficulties of what we've done is to try to peel back a lot of these different layers and work with the people who are powering these other players and bring them onto the network directly. So you have these bare metal providers and you have the opportunity to select who you want to work with and who you want to enable and disable so that you can actually manage your counterparty risk in a way that's not typically possible.
Thank you for that. So this one's for each of you to answer. What's one hyped use case where stablecoins do not work well yet? Why not? And do you think they will in the future? And what's the key unlock?
Yeah, I had to think about this one, but I think the idea of a global Venmo, and maybe the nuance is the like application part of it. But I think about the way I use Venmo, right? It's like I send some money to my friend for lunch that he just covered. But then if I think about the use case of like sending money to my aunt in Somalia, I think that's a completely different workflow where she's expecting to go to her local Hawala shop to pick that up, or ideally get it in like a mobile money wallet. Why should she need to download another app? Why does it need to feel social? Yeah.
This is going to sound a little counterintuitive. I was talking about payments. I actually don't think stablecoins are ready for payments yet, or payments are ready for stablecoins yet. In today's world where we are, like when was it like, we are all in crypto, each of us, right? And we're probably holders, right? When was the last time you walked into a store and just used it to pay? Right. The last time I used it was either because I was forced to, I was buying some mining equipment and they would only allow crypto, or I forced them to. I went down to my coffee shop and installed a POS terminal that I built with an engineer over the weekend. Right. So like, there wasn't a vanilla use case for this. Right. So stablecoins emerge as a subclass over the last few years. But like, if I go back to fragmentation, right, like if you have USDC on your MetaMask on base and the merchant wants to accept PYUSD, you're done, right? That payment ends right there, right? So like we're talking about retail payments. Now this problem magnified for business payments, right? Like my colleagues here talked about business payments quite a bit, remittances, right? Same situation. Now everyone, the receivers, the last mile is very opinionated about what kind of crypto they want, the amount of risk and their risk appetite, right? Things are not changing in terms of risk and risk appetite, so we need to adapt, right? So I do think it's not ready for payments yet, but that's why we build Mesh Pay with a very particular focus on let's give the end users the last mile. Let's satisfy that. Let's abstract away the network complexities. Like, let's not worry about what a network is even, right? If you have value, you can transact, and that value can exist in any form, and you will transact in a way which the merchant gets to realize the benefits of instant, quick, cheap settlement, and everything else that Mesh take care of. So yeah, it's a little counterintuitive, but I do think stablecoin doesn't yet, crypto doesn't yet, and stablecoin doesn't yet solve the problem of payments, retail or business, but it's one of the best solutions we have in terms of getting there, but we are not there yet.
Thank you.
I think I mentioned I run our finance team, so I have a pretty good view on how we pay. And it's somewhat embarrassing for being a stablecoin issuer, how little of our money actually moves in stablecoins. On the one side, a positive anecdote, earlier this year, we bought a company, not too exotic, this was in Finland. We tried to pay via bank twice, it both failed. We ended up paying via stablecoins, so that was great. But of our vendors, we basically don't pay a single vendor unless it's an exchange in stablecoins. We'd love to get them to adopt stablecoins, but stablecoins is not integrated in our procure to pay tool. And if I ask my team to pay in stablecoins, they hate it. It's way more work than just someone pressing approve in Coupa and it's done. They don't have to think about it again. It's integrated into NetSuite all the way. We've now just decided to change our procurement tool to go to Zip and ask them as part of that for them to implement stablecoin payments so we can pay every single one of our vendors in stablecoins. But the UX and UI today, it's just not there.
For the record, you paid for your sponsorship of Stable, not in stablecoins. So I think that's a great example of what you were just talking about. I was going to say like consumer to merchant payments, but you already hit on that. I think there's a great narrative, which sounds good in practice of, oh, stable coins are going to upend this 3%, card processing fee, things of that nature. The vast majority of that isn't a settlement cost. The vast majority that goes into, cashback, airline miles, rewards programs, the whole consumer behavior. You have to retrain for that, which I think people don't think about too often. But I'll pick a sub case because a lot of what we do is cross-border remittances. And I would say it makes sense in emerging markets. And we see a lot of volumes between like the US and LATAM and Africa and those markets. But stablecoins today in general make no sense between like the US and like major cities in Europe. USD to euro is one of the most traded FX pairs in traditional kind of FX brokerage. The spreads on that are incredibly thin. The costs of holding float in USD and in euro, like there's very little currency risk compared to holding float in BRL or in Colombian pesos or in Nigerian naira, things of that nature. So I think even in cross-border remittance, which is one of the best use cases of stablecoins today, it's really corridor dependent where it actually makes sense and is better, faster, cheaper. Or other corridors, certainly it's still cheaper, but SWIFT is still T0 in some corridors, doesn't speed it up that much. It's not cheaper in euros, things of that nature.
Makes sense. All right, I think we're coming up on time, so let's do a lightning round. One word answers only, don't overthink it. Biggest growth market in 2025?
Remittances.
Well, you can do payments. Obvious answer.
Exporters. B2B payments.
I like the shilling here. Number one blocker to broader adoption of stablecoins. Number one blocker for broader adoption of stablecoins.
Regulatory policy.
Agree to that one. Integration into workflow tools in teams that leverage pay every day.
Fragmentation.
Yep, echo that process.
The year stablecoin disappears from marketing copy.
2030.
-2, 2028.
The concept of stablecoins probably in a few years, but the vehicle itself, it's here forever.
Yeah, I don't think it goes away.
When should business leaders start seriously integrating stablecoins?
Today.
When should business leaders seriously start implementing stablecoins?
Business leaders?
Leaders.
When should business leaders start implementing?
Yeah.
I mean, if you haven't already, just the same argument with AI. Right? I had to say the two-letter acronym. If you haven't already, you're behind the ball. Right? There are businesses that are reaping the benefits that you're behind on, and so if you haven't already, yesterday.
I don't have a one word for this, but if it's costing you deals and if you could benefit from time saving or cost savings.
Well, please give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everybody. We'll take another 30, 40 minutes kind of networking break, make some meaningful collections, and then we'll come back with our last panel, which we can't be in San Francisco and not talk about AI. So we'll combine the amazing buzzword of AI with the amazing buzzword of stablecoins, and we'll see if there's something there. Thanks, everyone. It's been a long day. I promise you will be done with me very, very soon, and you will never have to hear my voice again. All right, folks, time for our very exciting last panel, talking about the intersection of AI and stablecoins. I want to invite up Griffin from Halliday, Andrew from Conduit, Abe from MoonPay, and we'll have George moderate from Holiday. My last name is Ryan. That's my good one. So, I was looking forward to that. Joanna was all last name. I'm on here. Oh, yes. Oh, sure. Should we get
All right. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Hopefully we can have more people fill in. There are some seats in the front of the room as well for one of the last panels of the day. My name is George. Let's just start this panel by having each of our panelists introduce themselves. Turn it over to you, Ape.
Let's start with you. Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. Good to see you all. I run Corp Dev M&A Ventures at MoonPay and also strategic partnerships.
Hey, I'm Andrew. I'm the founder of Conduit, and we do roll-ups as a service.
I'm Griffin. I'm the co-founder of Halliday, and we let you automate any workflow across blockchains.
Perfect. And so AI and stablecoins is the topic of this panel. We're going to jump into the first question, and we'll go, Andrew, to you. What trends are you seeing around fintech companies using stablecoin payments across chains or networks? Yeah, love to hear your thoughts.
I think stablecoins are kind of a big disruptor to fintech. I think it's the form factor that I think really resonates there. I think just the settlement times that you can get, particularly with a lot of international payments, is just kind of huge. I think we're starting to see both startups, but also incumbents start to come on chain with stablecoins, and whether that's with kind of their own blockchain or utilizing kind of existing distribution, I think it's really the hot topic kind of this year, I think.
Abe, Griffin, would like to chime in as well?
No, I think we've seen a lot of activity with stablecoins, especially as there's a proliferation of blockchains, and one of the challenges has been settling transactions across many distributed ledgers. And we're seeing this emergence, which makes sense that we're going to use the dollar, which is the traditional global settlement currency for blockchains themselves. And what this utility has really driven is it's driven mass interoperability and made onboarding simpler. And so we just expect to see stable coins becoming more and more the way you move money between these sort of hubs of value that are on the different networks, as opposed to this sort of really complicated n-squared structure where everybody's swapping between different tokens. So there's this consolidation happening on the stable coin layer that I think is interesting to observe.
Yeah, I mean, wow, so much going on in stablecoins. From a MoonPay perspective, obviously we're in the thick of things, and I think personally speaking, this has been my focus for the last 6 months and probably for the next 6 months as well. Just there's a lot going on which we can get into.
Perfect. Abe, we're going to stick with you. So for traditional Web2 platforms like e-commerce or ride-sharing apps, what are the practical steps and challenges to integrating AI-powered stablecoin experiences?
Yeah, so we think about this a lot, which is, what is the desired state and how many steps away are we from that, and kind of mapping that out. And I think that use case is actually makes a ton of sense, especially if, as you go to different countries. I think we are like 5 or 6 steps away, unfortunately, from that. That might be the last kind of bastion, no pun intended. But yeah, I think the main challenge is KYC and having uniformity in that KYC experience. Oftentimes, the folks use a patchwork of vendors, different geographies, different experiences, dropping in conversion. That's the kind of first drop of conversion. The second drop of conversion is whether you're using partners or you're using your own licenses. If you're using your own licenses, you have more of a leeway in terms of what to accept and what to not accept. Otherwise, you're at the mercy of your banking partners. So that's the second kind of issue. The third issue is risk. Who takes on the risk? Is it Uber and Lyft taking on the risk, or is it kind of someone like a MoonPay or Conduit, or Halliday will not take on the risk. And I think the fourth piece is use cases. I think there's a lot of education required, and we often run into this with when we come across accounts, really good name brand accounts, a lot of volume. But if 99% of their business is not in stablecoins, the quick answer that they have is this going to jeopardize my 99%, right? And that's the piece which I think takes a little bit of education. So those are the kind of four things I would think about. But I'm sure Andrew thinks about this every day.
We don't spend as much time on the consumer side. I think our maybe hot take is that I think blockchains are for B2B, and that the onboarding issue with consumer is just very difficult. When to onboard a new user, you're basically opening kind of a new bank account, and you have to figure out how to fund it and kind of go through kind of all these challenges. I think over time, in some ways it gets abstracted away, and so we see a lot of big fintech players wanting to move a majority of kind of their volume onto their own settlement layer, right? So instead of using existing banking rails, they can kind of internalize and verticalize that part of the stack, which I think has always been the biggest core challenge for a lot of these payment processors, or frankly, TradFi, fintech, et cetera. So I think maybe a different question I answered there, but I think consumer I kind of view as very challenging, and I think the future of blockchain is really kind of B2B.
Yeah, I can provide some color on this too, where, if you think about a lot of the AI businesses who are handling onboarding or customer experience, think of businesses like Decagon or Sierra that have raised at multi-billion-dollar valuations for LLM-based customer support. Those companies are not doing blockchain. So blockchain has been segmented separately from the rest of software. And there's this, I'd almost say that blockchain is a little bit behind the rest of the software industry, in that we talk about crypto AI companies separately from AI businesses. And so one of the issues is that nobody's really put 2 and 2 together to apply many of the new LLM-based technologies to blockchain businesses. Like, name one blockchain that has a sophisticated ChatGPT-like user experience. It just doesn't exist. And I think so 2 of the problems are there's compliance. You can't send your private key to an AI system. That's custody, and that's not allowed. So no AI business wants to take private keys. The second thing is safety. This is not unstructured documentation information or facts about a product. This is money moving, and it needs to be exact. So nobody's built the sort of guardrail system for AIs to interact safely, right? MCP from Anthropic is very focused on OAuth and these traditional Web2 systems. So it's largely forgotten from the conversation. But blockchains are computers. They're data systems. AI operates on any sort of data system. So I think it's inevitable that we integrate these two. And the end result of that will be, I can talk to an application. I can say, how do I get started? And then you can instantly pay, right? USDC and stablecoins are programmable value. They're inherent to the computer itself, which is a very exciting opportunity to intelligent programmable money. That in of itself is an important invention, but we're still, the 2 industries are very disjoint, largely due to compliance and technology differences. But I think that will be solved in the coming years.
Gotcha. Griffin, sticking with you, and I think kind of pulling on the thread that you started to go down with compelling use cases, what comes to mind when these 2 areas are combined, especially when you're thinking about the improvements of payment infrastructure or even customer experience, which you mentioned with the unstructured data piece. Interested in your thoughts or what's top of mind for you?
Yeah, so I think there's sort of two ways to look at it, and sort of piggybacking off of what Andrew was saying with like, there's B2B payments, right? So stable coins are ripping through a lot of the B2B payments world, especially with international payments and cross-border payments. So one of my concerns for these blockchain payment businesses, I don't know if anybody's uses Ramp or these modern bill pay services, they're all integrating OCR, LLM-based technologies into their Web 2 payment stack. So we risk building this entirely new blockchain infrastructure and then remaking 2017 SaaS that has none of the intelligent features that we want. So I'd almost say it's like AI is like storage. There are very few applications that don't have storage. You should be building AI into your apps regardless if you're a blockchain or a Web 2 business. If you're doing invoice processing, how are you actually doing that and converting that to a stablecoin workflow? How are you connecting your Web 2 ERP to stablecoin operations and on-chain money movement? Like, I think that is almost a no-brainer that we have to do this. But again, very few companies are taking these LLM technologies and applying it to blockchains because there's a little bit of an artificial barrier. The second thing is this customer experience. Like, if anybody here is onboarded to a crypto application, you probably struggle. It's probably complicated. Just asking, how do I get started? What does that mean in the context of a blockchain app? Why is there no Decagon or Sierra for blockchain? Why can't I ask how I get started and it just shows me how to swap and shows me how to onboard? Like, these are things that just need to get done that I think are latent needs that, we just need to figure out the compliance and custody structure to make work in practice.
Would you guys like to add on, Abhay or Andrew? No? Okay, we're going through the questions quickly. I think I talked to Joanna too, and we may have time for some audience questions as well. But I guess a year from now, I think to your point earlier, you were talking about we're a few steps behind, there are a few steps ahead to get to the point where we see these two things converge. But a year from now, any hot takes or thoughts? We're on the stage again. It's 2026 of what will kind of transpire in the next 12 months.
For me?
Yeah, down the line. But we'll start with you, Abhay.
I actually agree. I think the tipping point of the spear is going to be B2B. And if you're sitting here in a year from now and a couple of things haven't happened, I would be very surprised. One is some kind of clarity on the Stable Act and the Genius Act, right? I think that's going to set off a bit of an arms race across the kind of industry in terms of getting the right licenses. Obviously, there are going to be certain companies that are well positioned for that, and the ones that are first out of the block, including MoonPay, I think will have a bit of an asymmetric upside to it. The second thing is, I think, look, there are a lot of companies in this space, a lot of venture money flowing in, right? It will, the application layer, the middleware layer, and the core rail layer, I think they'll get a little more clear. Right now, each one is picking a niche, extending as deep as they can in that niche, and then eventually building either vertically or horizontally. I think it'll be very clear in a year from now, are you a horizontal company or are you a vertical company, right? And if that strategy is not clear, you probably shouldn't be kind of building in that space, because I just think the space from a regulatory perspective and from a go-to-market perspective, we would have crossed the kind of tipping point of market standardization by next year.
I think one thing that we'll really see, and I think we're starting to see, so one of our biggest clients at Conduit is a protocol called Athena, and they recently partnered with Securitize and have about 10 billion in TVL between them, and they're partnering on something called Converged Chain, which kind of brings together both TradFi tokenization with kind of more crypto native DeFi. I think importantly for both of those teams, I think what launching their own network really enabled is verticalizing the value stack. And so today they're both typically deployed across many different chains. And I think what they've recognized is that's a great bootstrapping mechanism. But once you have distribution, it just makes too much financial sense and frankly, just kind of sovereignty to own your own chain and to be able to take that to the next level. And so I think they're a leading example there. And I wouldn't be surprised if over the next year or two, we see a lot of other big protocols or fintech companies or TradFi giants kind of follow suit.
Yeah, I think one space that I think is quite interesting that is an outlier but will likely progress quite quickly is the development of more of the autonomous web. We're seeing a lot of exciting software innovation, protocolization at the data translation layer of autonomous systems. So like you have MCP, right, from Anthropic. That's a standard way to exchange information between an LLM and a sort of off-chain, Web 2 cloud. Now you have Google with the A to A standard, which is a way for, their sort of ecosystem to communicate with each other. Now the open question is, can the Web 2 players, can the TradFi system support programmable autonomous value transfer, or are programmable public ledgers a better place for that economic activity to happen? And I think we'll see them sort of compete, right? You have a lot of the Web 2 companies are now offering agent SDKs. But as we know, right, a lot of these old systems are built on COBOL and mainframes. Getting API access to a bank in your LLM is highly, highly unlikely, right? But plugging in these autonomous systems into blockchains is very, very new. Is it a mature use case right now? Absolutely not. But I think all the large AI businesses are starting to think about this, right? Where a lot of YC companies are now building what are called B2A companies, business to agent businesses, and they use like metronome-based billing, usage-based billing. And so as we see this evolve, it's interesting to consider that maybe in a year we'll start seeing autonomous systems settle on blockchains using stablecoins to exchange value or to certify that a contract has been done instead of using like DocuSign and a PDF that's super slow and expensive. And if there's anything that sort of serves as a large disruption that comes out of left field instead of just TradFi coming on and using the dollar on a blockchain, I think that has potential, but it's very high variance, right? It could either go nowhere or it could be something really, really important that we'll look back in 10 years and say, wow, okay, blockchain's killer use case is actually sort of facilitating an autonomous web with value transfer.
Sounds very interesting. I believe we have a few minutes left. If there are any questions from the audience, and if it's all right with you guys, any questions from the audience for our panelists? We have about 5 minutes left. Dean.
What are use cases that are getting early for use of an AI integrated with blockchain?
Well, I think there's many use cases that would apply immediately, right? Like if you think about the bill pay stack, and you're processing a PDF that comes in, these are all highly heterogeneous, right? This is all unstructured image data. You have to then take that image, extract all the important information, and build a workflow on a blockchain. Like that is work that has to be done. So either it's done by a human, and then you manually settle on a blockchain as your database, or you stitch it together into a cohesive workflow. Like if you look at all the major integration platform as a service businesses like ServiceNow, they have all gone all in on intelligent automation, right? This is not a controversial topic in the rest of business process automation. I think all we're really saying is it shouldn't be that hot a take to say blockchain businesses should use AI for what AI is good at, which is stitching together unstructured pieces of information with an on-chain. The world is not just the blockchain. It needs to interact with off-chain systems, right? So that interstitial layer is perfect for an LLM for many types of use cases. And then the more like cutting edge, like very early use cases are, okay, you have two services. You can either onboard to a centralized service, everybody needs a bank account in America, or you can use a stable coin to transact private information or do a multi-agent operation. Are we there yet? Like absolutely not. Like Gemini 2.5 is not good enough to do highly sophisticated autonomous work. But if we believe that we're going to get intelligent machines that can do real economic value, then you need a way of conducting business with them. And then the real question is TradFi a better rail? Is COBOL and mainframes better? Or is Solidity, Solana and open public networks a better option? The market will sort of tell.
Yeah, I think, look, there are three things, right? One is, what do you do on your business operations, right? Every company, including ours, is thinking about how, like, we're embedding AI in CX, compliance, KYC. All crypto companies have to think about it. The better you get at it, the fewer people you can get the same output with. So that's a kind of pretty much a given. The second kind of thing is applications, and you mentioned payments, but the other application in crypto is trading. So So there's a ton. I think by next year we'll have some really successful. If Moonshot was the successful trading app from last kind of cycle or last year, we are going to have a few, and we have invested in a few really exciting products coming out in the next couple of quarters. But there will be some Moonshot equivalent from an AI perspective. So that's on the consumer level. And then the third is product innovation, right? So how do you figure out if you're doing kind of cross-chain swaps and liquidity, how do you manage to optimize for the lowest liquidity across long-chain tokens? And that's a little more complicated way to kind of embed and infuse AI. But that would be kind of the last place to do that, because you have to really justify it from a fees and business model perspective. So CX first, application second, and then kind of core product innovation third.
I think we have time for one more question from the audience, if there's one. Yes.
What is the biggest point of resistance and/or inertia you're finding in each of where you're implementing your products and solutions? How are you solving?
I think for us, I think crypto and blockchain is such a, it's been 10 years. I think it's still a relatively nascent technology. And I think, if we look at the number of developers that are on blockchain and understand it compared to traditional Web 2 technologies, it's probably something like 1 to 100. And so I think the core, and maybe this is true of crypto companies in general, I think our TAM grows as the number of blockchain developers grows. And so I think, it's not so much competition between us and like other verticals or other companies. I think it's more about growing the pie and how do we kind of get more businesses to adopt this technology. And really what it starts with, I think, is what are the core value props that crypto does better than traditional kind of rails. And I think for us and where we're finding the most PMF is really on, finance, settlement times, control of assets.
Yeah, I think definitely number one is next to nobody knows how to write a smart contract at all. Solidity, the SVM, this is like, when's the last time you wrote C to write a website? Like just the higher level abstractions that developers are used to today just does not exist in blockchain. And I think these things are actively being built by many different infrastructure companies. There's no JavaScript for blockchain. You're writing these sort of low level primitives. Sorry?
We have JavaScript. There's JavaScript.
We have JavaScript, but not for the blockchain. Right. Running blockchain JavaScript. I stand corrected. I think the second thing is certainly compliance and safety. Blockchains have this property of being immutable. So if you make a mistake, it's there forever. And then, of course, with anything that's a regulated industry, the government and the regulation is incredibly important. And so it's market structure. We're all waiting for market structure. The rules. What is decentralized? What is not? What does control mean? Is control 20 validators, is it 50? These things need to be defined by governments. And then I think once that happens, that's when we can really see a lot of change.
Yeah, good to see you, by the way. I think one question that is being asked in all boardrooms today, if last year was what's your AI strategy, a lot of the normal TradFi businesses are asking, what's your stablecoin strategy? And whether you have a good answer figured out or not, or whether, how far along you're in that education spectrum, I think where I'm personally spending a lot of time in, and MoonPay is trying to get to that answer for our clients as quickly as possible. So it's one thing to have a stablecoin strategy, but if you're not going to be out in the market by end of 2026, if you're a TradFi company, that's too long. I think a lot of the market is going to be locked up, and TradFi has an interest in this because they are the incumbents, right? As rightfully so, it's their market to lose. So we're spending a lot of time in kind of A, customer education, but B, getting more tactical in how do you go from zero to launch, go live in the least amount of time before you start iterating on the future strategies around stablecoins.
Well, appreciate the audience questions, and Abhay, Griffin, and Andrew, thank you for participating in this panel. Thank you all.
That is the last of the panels. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time out of your day to come. An interesting fact, we crossed over 1,000 people watching the live stream simultaneously. So for the 150 people or so that were in this room, there was 8 times that watching all these panels online. So hopefully to all of you on the live stream as well, thank you for taking time out of your day and tuning in. Hopefully this was a productive use of a Monday. Hopefully somebody learned something new about stablecoins and even more importantly, met somebody that they can partner with to help them bring their stablecoin program to life. For those of you that are joining us for the happy hour, that'll be at the SVB Experience Center. The doors there open at 7:15. And from a stable perspective, we will be doing a happy hour and just one panel. We're lighter on the content as the opening happy hour for StableCon in New York on the 28th of May. So to those of you coming to StableCon, look out for that link and that event. And I'll leave things with Adam for the final goodbye.
Just wanted to say all good. Just really wanted to say thank you very much and have a great day. Thanks so much.
Nice work, Adam. Nice work. Thank you for hosting.
Yeah, of course.
This was fun. This turned out well. I was going to write closing remarks and then
yeah, I think it worked out.
There we go. Hey, nice to meet you.
Hi, thank you.
Thank you for taking the time.